person of science, I always believed that breast cancer is a physical illness and it required surgery and chemotherapy and radiation. But there was a paper that was published about 2 years ago in the San Antonio conference that said that breast cancer patients who were very positive lived longer. Now, as a person of science, it was very difficult for us to accept that fact. We knew that treatment had a big role in it, but we also realized over time that patients, when we sit with them during the first diagnosis, when we break bad news to them, it depends on how they process the bad news and how they move forward after processing the bad news. Patients who were very positive ended up doing very well. Breast cancer, as such, is a curable disease. Awareness is there. Everybody knows about breast cancer, but it's also the fear complex. It's like COVID. Everybody's heard of COVID, but nobody really knew what it entailed. Breast cancer has also become like that. The minute a woman has breast pain, the minute a woman has a lump, she's coming running to me because she has heard of breast cancer. I have realized as a woman that she is the most important link in the big key or chain in the family. It is always uh, according to her chemistry or her vibe in the house. So, what I have realized is that when I'm giving a talk and I'm telling women that you need to be okay, you need to be happy, and you need to take care of yourself at the end of the day. Breast cancer, again, is like COVID. It has no geographical boundaries, it has no age boundaries. It can come to anybody. What basically I tell during my awareness talks is that one, it is a curable disease if caught early, and most breast cancers are caught early. Two, the biggest symptoms of a breast cancer is a lump that has no pain in it. So if you have a lump, no matter what the size is, no matter what your cycles are, and if it is painless, please see your oncologist. You could be 25, you could be 65. If you have a painless lump, please see a doctor. Secondly, if there is a painless lump, the first thing you should do is not to get into panic mode. You have to realize that when you have seen the lump, it is always small. It is difficult for somebody to come to me much later saying that I never noticed the lump. A woman who has a lump will always, I would have seen it when it is still in very early stage. It could be the size of a lemon, most importantly. If there is pain, we are still in our own way happy that it could not be breast cancer. It is most often a lump in the breast which is painless. Secondly, the second most common symptom is nipple discharge. Nipple discharge, I must say, is always spontaneous. Any woman who puts too much pressure and causes trauma will have nipple discharge. It is insignificant. Nipple discharge that is spontaneous should
ये
be
चाय
well.
दे देना.
Uh, And on the other hand, I wish to reiterate that most cancers right now in India are always caught early, most breast cancers. Yes, breast cancer has a lot of unknown factors in it. And the first thing that everybody asks me is, why me? It could be anybody. It need not be you, it need not be me, but that should not stop from life from going on. I always use example saying that if you're driving on the road and you've hit a speed breaker, and you will slow down during the speed breaker, and then you will resume driving as before. Life must go on. We must understand that all of us have a purpose in our lives. We must understand that we are probably just driving through it and we have just hit a speed breaker, and this too shall pass. I have had more success stories with breast cancer because our patients have become so aware of things that they have started coming early. WHO recommends that all women have to undergo an ultrasound of the breast once a year. So I tell patients or people when they ask me, what do I do? What do I do? I tell them, just examine yourself every month, just get your mammograms and ultrasounds done once a year, and leave the rest to the higher power. Although I have seen miracles, I have had multiple second chances at saving people, there have been times when I have not simply not been able to do anything. But I have realized that I am a woman. It could happen to me too, irrespective of what I'm doing. But I need to stay happy today. I need to leave everything behind at home because they don't affect what happens at work, and the other way around. Having said that, since breast cancer has increased so much in the numbers, the index of suspicion is always very high for us. There are very few ways that we can probably modify or prevent breast cancer. First thing is to stay positive. I think most of our cures are all in the mind. I firmly believe that a sound a sound mind leads to a sound body. They're not independent of each other. And secondly is to have a very, very, very good lifestyle. Lifestyle includes stress beaters like a walk in the morning, or going out with your family, or spending time or socializing, to have a very good diet with colored vegetables and fruits, to have less of red meat. These are things that are known to prevent breast cancer. Having said that, uh, even if a person should unfortunately get breast cancer, I have, since doctors are the best counselors for them, I have come to a stage where when I counsel people, I keep quoting the San Antonio talk, and I keep telling people that stay positive, you will do well. I don't know how, I can't explain it how, but I've realized that mind plays a very, very big role in helping the cure of breast cancer. Yes, I will do a very good surgery, and yes, the chemo agents will work very well. But at the end of the day, who makes it are the ones who are very positive. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. It's been really
Wow.
nice being a part of it. I want to convey special thanks to Anu for putting me up with you guys. They were very nice, very, very nice. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so, so much. I mean, what an expository session you just gave us about that important topic, creating awareness about breast cancer. Well, I've got maybe a couple of questions, asking for our watching audience in one way or the other. And also that might be some of the questions too that had been in me for a while now. So this is an opportunity to ask also, just to create more enlightenment. Now, first and foremost, can you just briefly talk about what the cause could be ascribed to? Because, somehow I'm asking for myself now. you know yeah, you talked about when the people notice the lumps, yeah, maybe painless lump. So but what do we ascribe the cause to? What is really the cause of breast cancer somehow?
What we have realized is that breast cancers are highest in cities, in the metropolitan cities, in very, very well developed cities, especially in India. Bangalore being number one in India, followed very closely by Delhi and Mumbai and Chennai. I go probably once in 6 to 8 months to operate on women who are living in second tier cities, the developing cities. So we have come to a conclusion that it has to be the lifestyle in a developed city or a developed country. Why should the US have so many breast cancer cases as compared to the Southeast Asian countries, where the development is not as good as the US? So it has to be divided into two factors. One is the modifiable risk factors, and secondly, it's the non-modifiable risk factors. The non-modifiable risk factors for a woman are obviously the hormones that circulate in her system until she reaches menopause. So there's not much you can do about it. Or the air that we breathe in a polluted city, or the water that we drink in a polluted city. Now, when it comes to the modifiable risk factors, it was because people have started consuming a very low fiber and a lot of junk food in their diet. It is supposed to be a risk factor, yes, but it has come to an exponential crisis wherein we have realized that this is one of the main reasons for
Thank you.
cancers in cities.
Mm,
Secondly, is career based woman. I am a career based woman, but there has been a small imbalance in when to have children because we need to focus on our careers. In my talks, I've started telling that please listen to your grandmoms and have your first child before the age of 30, because having the first child before age of 30 significantly reduces the risk of getting breast cancer.
mm,
Third, you might need to get back to work after having a child, but breastfeed your child for at least 3 months. It is not just to give the immunity to your child, it is also to give immunity to yourself against breast cancer. So
mm.
these are the broad risk factors or causes of breast cancers.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Before I bring Anu up also for a contribution, I have one more question, and that's about the cost of the treatment. How affordable is it? And then what's like the time lag, like in the treatment of breast cancer?
Treatment for breast cancer usually goes on for about 6 to 8 months. Treatment includes surgery, chemo, radiation, and hormonal or targeted therapy. Now, targeted therapy makes or breaks treatment, especially in a country like India, where people cannot afford all drugs that are available. It's not the availability of the drug because we get everything, but it's the affordability. Treatment for surgeries is not much. Treatment through chemo is again not too much. The whole cost of just surgery and treatment and radiation could be around maybe about 4 lakhs or so. But if targeted therapy is included, it requires about 17 doses of injections. Each dose costs about half a lakh.
Mm, mm,
So we
okay.
have a lot of patient support programs where what we do is if we are able to sponsor, if the patient can buy one dose, we give the second dose for free.
Wow. Wow. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's great. Anu, I will bring you up, yeah, for your contribution.
Thank you, Dr. Soumya. And it's always been very enthralling to hear you just watch, because I think we've known each other for a couple of years. So it's, and especially, it's not just your profession, but you've made it literally your purpose to keep making people aware, women aware of this, right? I'm going to keep the woman aside for a little while, okay? And I'm going to focus, okay? Again, as a woman to woman, I want to understand how can, I mean, we talk about self-examination, we talk about all these things, right? I mean, it's not like women don't know that. But let's say women being the center of family, wherever she is, it's like a nucleus, right? How can the men come in and actually support? Because here we are talking about wellness, we're talking about everything in a very holistic way. So how can men actually contribute towards women's wellness in a bigger way, rather than just saying, oh honey, you know what, I think you need to do self-examination? That's not the thing, right? So in your opinion, if you were to talk to all the husbands, the boyfriends, whoever you're addressing, the men, what can they do to actually care for their women?
First of all, believe them. When somebody says, I have a breast lump, please don't say something, don't belittle, and don't tell them that, okay, just check after 10, 15 days and let me know. If it is still there, then let's go to a doctor. No woman will go telling the one confidant that she has around her that she has a breast lump. Clearly, it is bothering her. Secondly, the advantage that I have seen in India is that it's a very, they're very heavy on social circles and families. So I always tell the husbands that you want to keep it to yourselves, it's okay, but don't make it as part of the stigma attached to it. There's nothing wrong with her that she has got breast cancer. She will require treatment, but the fact that you're around her and she's got your support, and the fact that you're not treating her that like she has an infection or a disease, don't belittle her and give her that positivity that she needs at home. Because if a woman feels comfortable in her home, in her space, she will be comfortable everywhere else. When she has hair fall due to chemo or loss of eyelashes and the eyelids, the eyebrows when they go through chemo, it is a secondary sexual character. Every woman takes a lot of pride in her hair and all those things. So don't be there for her at that time. Make her feel beautiful in spite of it.
That is so beautiful. Sorry, Kunle, I had just had to come in here. It's more like a woman to woman thing, and I just feel so compelled. I'm just going to call you back after this question, Kunle. So then, you can take over. This is something, like I said, and I'm hoping, I'm speaking for every woman who wants to know this from Dr. Samya. When we talk about developed countries, or say developed cities like the metro cities in India or across the world, you mentioned about developed countries. One could be, the food that we eat, the lifestyle, the stress levels, the whatever it is, right? So and correct me if I'm wrong, these days I have been reading up that women or even young girls are being diagnosed with breast cancer, right? It wasn't earlier, it was like, oh, when she's perimenopausing or she's menopausing, that's when she needs to be looking at. But I don't know if that statistic is true. So, throw in light on whether younger girls are now being diagnosed with breast cancer more than before. And also, what is it that we can do as a doctor? I mean, looking straight in the eye of the audience, addressing every woman, every person out there, saying, what is it that we can do to literally beat this?
Okay, I remember I spoke about this in my last talk also. I was an optimist and now I'm a realist. There is only so much that we can do to beat breast cancer. But
Yeah,
what I start off with is that if you come early, it's curable. Yes, 6 months are going to be difficult, but I need to see you 10 years later or 20 years later when you just come to say hi to me. It is very similar to COVID in that way because it has no geographical or age favorites. My youngest patient was 21 and my oldest patient was 83. So it is possible for anybody to get it. Don't assume that you are immune from it because there is no family history. On the other hand, don't let it uh, get the worst out of you just because if you've had it. There are so many women I know who have told me now that they're out of it, they've become stronger because obviously what they say is what doesn't kill you will make you only stronger. So live life well, live life in moderation. Don't overdo things that you are supposed to. Don't over exercise. Again, I'm not talking only about drinking and other ill habits. Don't overdo anything, but live life happily because things will come and go. Life will go on and life should go on happily.
Yeah, Kunle, all yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Anu. When we have resourceful people like this, we need to ask and ask so that we know more. Um, before we let you go, I'm going to ask, what more do you think we need to do in our society to create more awareness about breast cancer, reaching people? Are we doing enough? Let me even start from that. Are we doing enough in terms of the awareness creation? And then if no, what more do you think we can do? What areas do we need to strengthen? What areas do we need to put more effort? Dr.
Okay,
Sam.
I think we are doing a lot of awareness projects for the rich folk, for the ones with money. We need to do awareness at the grassroots level for people who cannot afford. When we do awareness, the first thing they will ask is, how much is it going to cost me? So I think because I come from a country like India, there are people who can afford every arm of treatment, and there are people who can't afford anything. So what I want is I can hope for a world without cancer in it, but I know that that's not going to happen. But I can possibly hope that treatment becomes cheaper and maybe even free by those who are entitled, by those who have the money to give it to those people who don't. to give it to awareness projects, so that we can educate people at a much lower level, so that the ripple effect is there. If one person understands in the lower level, all she has to do is gossip with her next door neighbor, and the next person is aware, I think. And that ripple effect is what we need. We need to remove the fear complex of cancer around, and we need to create awareness at a very, very low level without creating the fear around it, and hopefully
Wow.
sponsor treatment for free.
Mm. Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Somia. I mean, it's such a wonderful thing having you, your wealth of experience, and how you've been able to answer those questions. And even after you have explicitly shed light into breast cancer awareness on this wonderful conference. Thank you so much. Namaste. We appreciate your time, appreciate everything, your resourcefulness. Thank you so much. Now, I'm going to bring two people up before we go to the next speaker. I mean, just for a chat in between. They are the co-convener of this particular initiative. And I mean, their smile, you cannot but love their smile whenever they're up. So I want them to come up and chat, and then you just have like a little sneak peek of that smile. DC and Anu.
Thank you, Kunle. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I mean, so far so good. It's been a wonderful thing. First, let me ask Anu. Yeah, what has it been so far on your mind?
Wow, it's like literally, being, I'm gonna say it raw, okay, because that's what we're here for. I've been like pregnant for all this time, and finally it's like time to deliver. That's exactly how I feel now. Believe me, it's a celebratory moment. Just like when, as a mother, I know when I gave birth to my babies, that was celebration. That's exactly how it feels now, because it is being impregnated, being, what to say, by so many speakers. Their energies, their intent, that pure intent, like, one of our speakers so beautifully talked about it. Each one coming to deliver, not because you've just been, oh, let me just come in, oh, let's just talk, I'm going to look good on camera. It's not that. Everybody has come with a pure intent, and I know it's reaching out to each one of you. So I guess we've been up for like what, 6 hours live, and still counting. Over 6 hours, I guess.
Yes.
We're still counting, and there's so much to go. Over 18 hours to go. So I know I'm standing upright, and so is DC and Kunle. You're doing a great job. So we've had what kind of topics? I guess DC, I mean, from meditation experts to sound healers to breast cancer surgeons to
the wealth management,
mind management, conscious wealth experts. I mean, it's just been a whole gamut of things. I mean, when we were doing this, Kunle, it looked like, it was scattered. Suddenly it feels like it has all come together. And that's why I call it's birthing. Literally, it's giving birth. All the energies is just coming together. And it's so beautiful. I have goosebumps.
Me too.
Yeah,
actually, Kunle,
this
is something like this is the so far since morning we have started this. The 14th speaker have actually delivered that speech so far, and almost over 7 hours. Actually, this is it is running live sessions on our various channel that we have made this to facilitate it to our YouTube channel as well as to the Facebook, and also it is live on triberipples.com. We made this facilitate so that everybody that who has not access to the Facebook in some of the countries, they also can have watch us live on our web page as well as on the YouTube if they have got the access. And this is so wonderful sessions that sitting at the back and watching that all these speakers is a magnificent. And Kunle, you are doing awesome actually. The real, actually, you are pushing that that energy and and driving this to the entire sessions And thank you so much for all the speakers that who have come so far, and Kunle, you, and to come forward. And as some of the speaker was talking about that, you only need to come with a very pure heart, your the vision that which you wanted to do, and the divine will come and do for you. I think that you all guys are not less than a divine that who come here to make this event that possible. Without all of you, this would have not possible. I like to give my inner gratitudes for all of the speakers that have come and joining us, and all the people that come forward for as a moderators, and to make this happen and allow us to sit back and to watch. It's a so wonderful experience. I just can't express to a word.
Love
Thank
you all.
you,
And please
Kunle.
register. Yes, DC, you got to ask them to register now.
Yes. Please register at triberipples.com. At also, you can, if you when you go there, you can also find there is a schedule, and in the schedule, if you drop down, you find all the speaker across the globe. You spot the favorite speaker and just hop on at that time. So once you register, you will get a link directly in your inbox. You only need to click that just to get on that. That's all. That makes so simple. Please do that.
I'm going to ask a question to the moderator, because moderator is asking all the questions, right? So
Okay.
Kunle, I mean, what has it been as an experience for you so far? Like, what have you gained? What are your takeaways been so far?
What is your takeaway?
Yeah, the questioner is the turn of the questioner to
Kunle
the question now.
For this,
It's been absolutely awesome. It's been absolutely mind-blowing for me. From the time I joined, when the chef was talking about eating well and the rest, I mean, that was absolutely spot on for me. And I've been learning a whole lot of things. I'm not only moderating, you see, I have my notepad here. So I've been writing down as well. So it's just it's something that is beyond what the mind can even capture in its entirety, because we are learning something monumental, things that will not stay just for a moment, something totally monumental from each and every speaker, coming with their own uniqueness, coming with their own style of presentation, and most importantly, their resourcefulness cannot be understated. It's been absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Now, before I continue, I'm still going to ask you a question. I'm still going to ask you to do something. Yes. So I want both of you now to think of 5 words to just qualify what people should still expect more. For example, I can say you should expect something great, something awesome, something mind-blowing. So each of you now, before I'm giving you this time lag now to think of those 5 words each that you just be, so you just be cooking those words in your mind, and then afterwards, then we go to the next speaker. So you can see it's all about everything. It's all about having fun. It's all about learning, and it's all about you on this particular confluence. So let me go back to Anu first now. 5 words that you're just going to tell people to expect more on the confluence.
Authenticity. That's
wow.
The first thing that comes to my mind is authenticity. Another one is consciousness. Absolutely. Right. The third one is honesty. Okay. The fourth is absolutely energetic. Wow. And the fifth one is love. I mean, that's the best energy ever possible. That is what you're going to get. You're going to get so much of love. You want some TLC? Come right here.
That's it. Okay, that was that's wonderful. 5 words from Manu. You heard that. So I'm going to DC right now. DC, let's have your words.
Yes. Okay. I think the people should expect that excellence. Okay, they should look for the blueprint of excellence, that what they have inside. That's what they can nudge them. They can look for the motivations. they can look for the inspirations from the all the stories that people who are all bringing it here, and nothing but the least that the honesty that which is Anu was she was talking about, that when we start doing any work with a kind of a pure heart, as some of the speaker was also talking about, divine will come and it will support you. So
Yeah.
the gratitudes, that is which is that the art of the the manifesting it, that is what is that you can get from here.
Wow, thank you so much. Yes, I'm going to let Anu and DC go right now and continue the excitement. And then, behind the camera, you've always been there. And right now, we're going to have another speaker come up almost immediately. Remember, you're watching the Global Confluence. Many heartbeats, one rhythm. I've told you, you keep doing that today, and then let that be part of you. Many heartbeats,
One
one
rhythm.
rhythm. Many heartbeats, one rhythm. From the stable of Tribe Ripples, an initiative of the Soulful Exploration. You can't get anything better than this. It gets no better than this. So all you need to do is just be part of the community and let the community grow, reaching out to people. And one of the goals is reaching out to 1 million people by year 2025. And that will be made possible through you joining, going to register at www.triberipples.com. Yeah, the next speaker is here, and I am just going to introduce her so that she take the mic away from me. And the next 30 minutes or so, she's talking about Craft, a portal of wisdom and heritage. Craft, a portal of wisdom and heritage. She's a design educator, Dr. Rukmani Venkatadri. She's from Mumbai, India, and is a backpacker, design educator, culture vulture, and a jewelry crafter. She believes that working with one's hands to craft anything is the most immersive and beautiful experience that makes the heart smile and the skin glow. This is because beautiful things are generated during the crafting process. It is not only the outcome, but every aspect of it is right from inception of an idea to the struggles involved and the various explorations that make it altogether a very enriching experience. Craft possesses great depth of meaning along with an organized methodology, yet frees the mind in many creative ways, and in the process also enabling the soul to experience a new awakening. She believes in inspiring people to handcraft for gladdening the mind, soul, and body. From India, welcome, Dr. Rukmani Venkatadri. Doctor, how are you?
Fine, I am fine. Yeah. Thank you so much, Kunle, for such a lovely introduction. And
thank
you,
much.
DC and Anu, and I'm really glad to be here today. Thank you so much for the opportunity in advance. And yeah, so I have also been hearing the previous speaker, and when they spoke about health, it was really a matter of concern. And what was the most important thing that was said was about a positive mind space also for the woman. Yeah, so today I'm going to speak on craft, which is, according to me, a portal of wisdom and heritage. So for me, when I start with craft right now, I would like to define craft as something that is created with one's hands, and something that might be created with or without a commercial objective, but mainly it is something that's done with hands. And as I welcome all of you to my talk at Many Heartbeats, One Rhythm, I would say that it's an abundance of happiness that is engulfing me currently, because I'm speaking about craft. And craft is something that will never ever cease to enrapture me. So today, life has changed a lot. It has become very complicated for people. There are new challenges, there are new stresses, in spite of the fact that we have more materialistic comforts today, and technology has aided each and every aspect of life to get a bit faster and to get more comfy. But our fears and sometimes our impulses are sometimes the same, plus there are more. In fact, sometimes worries are quadruple even today. So many times we always have this habit of looking back at the past and wondering where we went wrong. So sometimes we try to unlearn things, sometimes we try to relearn things, and sometimes we move on. But there is always one thing which will never ever change. That is the ancient wisdom, yeah, that has been conveyed to us, from our heritage through the medium of craft. And craft is something that is very tangible because we can touch it, we can feel it, and we can experience it. Okay, so what happens is that when we are thinking of craft, it is something that existed since the time humans started, going out for their survival. So when humans hunted the first time, yes, the men hunted, but the ropes that they hunted with were made by the women very, very lovingly with a lot of purpose. Yes, craft is something that is very, very powerful, but that is the beginning of the journey of craft. And after that, in different areas of the world, wherever there were human clusters, everybody developed and evolved with different forms of craft, where each and everything was created with its own meaning, its own wisdom, its own purpose for many things. And over the years, when people met one another, exchanged their crafts, exchanged their knowledge, so it is that wisdom also which did travel. Yes, of course, it does happen that sometimes some meanings are forgotten and people continue doing something without really consciously understanding it. But it is also possible that sometimes one discovers a love for a craft and then delves deeper into it and learns and experiences. So, there is an ancient text in India, Manusmriti, which says that there is nothing purer than the bond of the craftsman and the craft. So here, I would not like to be, sexist. I would say whether it's a craftsman or craftswoman, I would be oscillating with these words. So it is like a very, very unique bond, because when a person is creating a craft, it is just the person and the craft with one another. So it is a relationship that is in progress, just like a mother is growing a baby within her. And every day she experiences the thrill. Okay, so at every point of time, yes, one day the baby kicks and she is very, very happy. Then one day she goes for her sonography and again she sees the report. She's very, very happy. So it happens that when you are with your craft, you're totally immersed in the process, in touching all the things, that you are using. So every little tool, if it's a textile craft, you may have needles, you may have a loom, you may have your spindles. If it is a floor craft, you will have your piece of, floor paints or rice paste, whatever it is. So what happens is you even will have your love for all those little things. So when you have your love for all those little things, it happens that you will value each and everything. And the process of creating a craft is very, very exciting, that when you start with it, you're thrilled. Then when there is a new idea and you're working towards a new idea, then there is this thumping excitement in your heart. So altogether, it is so immersive that you are in a completely very, very, very happy space, very happy space. And then when there is the outcome, again, your thrill knows no bounds at all. Okay. And especially when what you create has a lot of meaning and you realize it, it is much more exciting. So I would like to, first of all, show you something. So this is a craft, which is a textile craft from Punjab, India. So when we look at it, for us, it looks like a beautiful geometrical arrangement, which is a plethora of colors. But here, each color represents something. So again, you have green representing fertility. You have this beige color representing wheat. You will also have the blue representing the midnight sky. which was supposed to be the abode of the divine, from where the divinities send blessings onto earth. And again, when we have these colors, they are the colors of celebration. When you look at yellow, when you look at orange, when you look at red, so there is so much of vibrancy. So when a person is working on a craft and yet understand the meaning, again, the joy is again quadrupled. And it always happened that whenever a person crafted something, the person puts in only pure thoughts. Whenever you're into craft and you're creating something, there is only pure love. So you're in your best of moods, and most of, all your positive thoughts actually get onto whatever you craft. So this again, I would like to say that, see, this is something very, very old, created by my grandmom with just sewing threads. But I always saw her lovingly creating it. She's no more. She lived till the age of 100. And I always saw her preserving her things. And that is how, I did notice that, yes, each and every knot, when it is tied, there is a certain level of activity where, your fingers have certain movements. Now, in Ayurveda, they say that this area called the heart of your palm is actually a point called a marma point. Now, this point is an intersection of veins, ligaments, as well as blood vessels, as well as muscles, as well as tendons. So this is a very important area, which is also connected to the heart chakra, which is called the Anahata chakra. And it is also connected to the lungs and the respiratory system. And also it's a very important communication point. Yes, people who have to be strong with their communication with others, yes, they have to activate this. Now, when you're working with your fingers, yes, you are always activating this. So that is the beauty of creating a craft. Yes, you are unconsciously activating all the important points in your body, because of which your physical health is going to be really amazing. And if your physical health is going to be good, your mental health is also going to be good, because you're already in a positive space when you are working with your craft. Again, when we are talking about crafts, in olden times, yes, people exchanged crafts with one another. Crafts were a very, very important part of your reciprocity. So people remembered each other fondly because of craft. And people also crafted something together. So it was also a part of community identity. And it was a reason why humans across the world, when they met one another, they bonded. So one thing is that if there are two craftsmen from different parts of the world, even if their nations are at conflict, when they talk about craft, they are going to talk to each other in length about the craft, and they will develop love and reverence with one another. Okay, and they will ignore all the political aspects and all the hate aspects. So it is actually only craft that is the solution for the whole of humanity to be bonded to one another. And develop a kind of consciousness that is very, very unique. Because if craft can bind people together, then nothing can actually break people ever. Because then we will all be very, very cemented. And traditionally, all crafts always used materials which were always available in the surroundings. So crafts ensured that all the things in your surroundings are utilized very beautifully. And you're never going to undervalue them at all. So crafts were very sustainable. Now today people are talking about sustainability as a big buzzword, but that was always inherent in all your ancient crafts, always. Okay, so craft is, I would like to say that craft is an eternal entity that will always accompany humans, when they actually take it seriously and they discover it. And again, to create a craft, one does not have to be very artistic in the beginning. One will start being artistic. The craft will bring out the beauty in your creations. Yeah, so craft is an entity which is going to be always a repose of mental health and physical health. And when a craftsperson puts in their best thoughts into their work, it happens that they feel so happy that they are actually saying that thanks to the creator. So it might happen that there are people who believe in a creator. Some people believe in nature as the only goddess, but they will be conveying the thanks to nature for all that abundance that they can reflect in whatever they create. Now, in India, in the south of India, where I hail from, we also have a floor craft where people craft something called a kolam, which is made of rice paste. Now, when a woman gets up in the morning and makes a kolam, actually, she gets up early in the morning and she starts with drawing dots, and then she's going around the dots, joining the dots, going around. So it makes her move around. So in the early morning at dawn, she mentally completely wakes up. And today it is proved that these are very good for mental skills. You know, psychologists advise children to work more with their hands because it's going to develop their motor skills. You know, so it happens that always we have been handling a lot of wisdom with us, which is very priceless, but we have not always realized it. We have not realized it because not everybody really explained. You know, sometimes as a tradition, things were forced. They said, just do it, and people did it. Or sometimes people push their children for hobby classes. Yeah, just do it, you must learn it. But then this is the reason. So it is the only long-term solution to bringing all the humans together, you know, all the heartbeats of humanity in one rhythm.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Rugmani. Wow, that was so explicitly said. Craft. I mean, you broke everything down into pieces, and I mean, you were just letting us into a world of craft, bringing out the heritage, wisdom, and, and the benefit in it. I'm going to pose a question at this point, and because I know this is a global confluence where everybody from several parts of the world are, watching. In some places, this particular craft should, I believe now, should start from the early stage, inculcating it in our kids so that we know that it grows in them. How do you think because I could remember way back in the elementary school while I was growing up, we used to have a period for, crafts then. But after a while, it's fading away. I'm speaking now for myself now in my country, Nigeria. And I know it might not be peculiar to where I'm from alone. How do we now rejuvenate? How do we begin to now inculcate this the more in our kids so that we become so conscious of it, knowing full well that it comes with a huge benefit, Dr. Rugmani?
Okay, so firstly, I would like to say that even when we were studying in school, we had craft at a very elementary level, and afterwards it wasn't there. But I feel that at all stages, right from the time a child starts going to the school, craft should never stop. Even when a person, finishes matriculation, or even when a person takes up science or medicine, there needs to be a craft element, because even when people study in a different stream like medicine, engineering, or they're into finance, craft is something that will always be a stress buster. See, that is why today there are a lot of people going in for therapy. You know, there are CEOs, there are people who are vice presidents, but they go in for art therapy or a craft therapy at the end of it to get de-stressed. So I feel that humans should never be separated from craft at any point of time. And one more thing that is very necessary is that, you know, with many people, I always saw that there was this perception that yes, studying craft in school is something that is very girlish or something. So basically, you need to change that mindset. Yeah, and within crafts, when there are so many options, yes, people can pick up whatever they want. You know, for example, I did see a lot of colleges on my travels where there were boys and girls learning even wood carving and traditional Tibetan painting. So I did notice that all those children who are crafting don't seem as stressed as a lot of other cities that I live in or travel in, where those kids at the same age group look quite stressed. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. One more thing that I want you to do now is to speak to the camera and advise parents out there too, in trying to make sure that they don't discourage their children, in learning craft. I know that it goes a long way. I mean, hearing from you, being an authority, in that regard. So I will want you to speak to the camera to do, because I know that there are some things that our kids do that it might start from whether the parents encourage it or not. Way back in those days, when you see a kid, I'm speaking now from where I extrapolate from. When you see a kid playing football, I mean, the dad might come, no, go on, go inside. Instead of reading your book, you're playing football. But nowadays, because of how, blossom, people do that, the career has been now. If a child is inside, it's a parent that will even call, why your mates are playing football, what are you doing inside? To just go and learn. So somehow you find out that there is a role in that regard. So I want you to speak to people who are watching right now and tell them, to encourage their kids, in your words, to learn craft, Dr. Rugmani.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for asking me this question, Kunle, because this is something that I would really like to convey to people from the bottom of my heart. So, first of all, I would like to tell parents that when there is even a toddler at home, if the toddler picks up something and tries to scratch the wall or tries to paint on the wall or scribble on the wall, just give him one entire wall, give them one wall to do whatever they want. So that is one thing. And give them some old newspapers and a pair of scissors as they grow older. Let them cut it in whatever shape they want. So that is how they're going to get creative. Yeah. And allow them to play in the mud. Allow them to be messy and dirty. That is what I would say. When they are at playtime, do not say that, yes, you need to be clean, you need to wash your hands regularly, because when you're working with clay, when you're working with paints and other things, allow them to just be immersive. Yeah. So that is one thing. And as soon as they can, again, allow your child to learn knitting. Knitting can start at a very young age because they will use the needles at a young age. I mean, okay, don't give them knitting needles, give them 2 broomsticks. Give them 2 broomsticks and teach them knitting on broomsticks. Yeah. So they can start with that. Yeah. So that is when their motor skills will start getting activated. Yes. Yeah. And I would also add one more thing is that, yeah, if you have the habit of eating with your hands, then when you start with your craft also, your fingers will flow freely. I would like to also state that. Yeah, when they are very young, they need not eat with a fork and a spoon. Yeah.
Wow. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I mean, you are giving us exposition into the world of craft, and it's been so wonderful. You've just heard from Dr. Rugmani. Allow your children, let them be free, give them paper to work on, to cut, let them write on words sometimes. Do not let them be in the mode. Get messy sometimes. You're developing that craft aspect. I'm going to step aside from the moderating box by bringing in someone who is going to take us further in that regard. And I have the pleasure of welcoming my sister, my friend, and none other but Luna Gladman.
Hey, Kunle, thank you for the introduction, and it's really nice to be here on the soulful exploration, the triple ripples. Yeah, I was listening to that talk. That was really, really beautiful. Big fan of letting of kids exploring their creativity, getting messy, getting yucky. So that was a lovely, lovely talk, and really nice to be able to listen in before I take over. So I think we are a few minutes ahead of schedule. I'm not sure if we should crack on with the next one or give it a few minutes until we're on time. Okay. Sorry, my computer has just gone a little slow. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Yes. Yeah. So I think did you drop off, the lady? Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. So that was beautiful. So our next speaker is also from India. His name is Dr. Jugal Kishore, and Dr. Jugal Kishore is the Director, Professor and Head of Department for Community Medicine at Vardhan Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital. You have to bear with me, these are a lot of Indian names. I had a look before we came on, and I've read them in my head, but saying them out loud is a different thing. Nonetheless, he's published more than 270 research papers, and they're published in different journals, magazines, and in dailies. He has authored 34 books. Sorry, my computer's doing something really strange. He's authored more than 34 books. He has many chapters and pamphlets on public health, national programs, social reform, and rationality. He's a member of many expert groups of health planning and implementation of programs of the central and state governments of various institutions. He's a recipient of Rashtriya Ekta Puruskar, which is the National Unity Award. Love that, the unity. And Dr. S. Radhakrishnan Memorial Teacher Award 2007. And the IMA President Appreciation Awards. His mission is to liberate the humans through education and development of public health. And his event title is Caring for Mental Health in Sunset Years. I'm actually really excited about this one. My uncle also works in mental health, in overall health for the elderly, and it's the elderly, especially sometimes in the West, often get forgotten about in medicine. Sometimes they're really interesting. It's a really interesting group of people. So I'm very excited to hear what Dr. Jugal Kishore has to say now. So over to you, and welcome.
Dr. Jugal, we can't hear you. You might just want to check your your system button. what we can do is
Okay.
let's just get into chat till the audio is back. So I'm
Yeah.
going to ask Kunle to jump right back in so we can possibly just discuss what's going, Kunle has a
Yeah.
wealth of information. So while Dr. Jugal is getting his system set up, Dr. Jugal, all you have to do is just give us a thumbs up and we'll all vanish then, okay? So yeah, Kunle brother, jump right back in, and I'm going to let you and Luna take
Hello.
over completely. Oh, Dr. Jugal, you're
Okay,
back?
the audio is back.
Yeah, okay. You didn't let me speak, doctor. Oh, that is so sad.
So thank you very much, and very nice introduction by Luna Gladman. And I'm grateful to Anu Krishnan, who is working with us for a long period, particularly in adolescent health. And we are exploring how we can connect the adolescent health with our elderly population, so our elders can become healthy, and how we can bring this caring for mental health in the time of sunset. Rather, it's not a good to say that we have sunset ever. We should have continuation of life that should continue. But anyway, if we take the life as cycle, then there is no sunset at all. We should always be energetic. So how we can make our aging healthy? That's the topic of my discussion. Now, problem is that we have so much perceptions throughout the world, and this perception is that age become dependent to others for anything and for everything. He is out of the national aim or national mainstream. So he's no more. Are you listening me? Okay. Not. Are you listening me?
Carry,
we can
carry
hear
on,
you.
carry on.
Please carry
Loud
on.
and clear.
And another perception is that psychologically he's not aligned with the society, because we think that old person is not as now currently the modern society is going on. So that is also a wrong perception. Another perception is that his knowledge bank has gone, rusted, and germinate serious frustration. So that is also a very bad perception about the old age. Another perception is that in reality, he's physically, socially, and economically, wise person, but he's a poor, and so he cannot contribute anything to the people and to the family. And many perceptions are there, particularly in many books. If you have the authors are having a certain mindset for elderly, that is why we have a perception that these are the end of life, and then sunset is going on, or maybe I think they are no more useful for the society, and they are not active, they cannot be involved in many things. So these perception led to many problems. So this perception leading to many health problems also, rather mental health problems. And the common problems for these older person is that family disintegration is a reality, which I think everybody understand. But the older person does not like to move from their native place, because the younger population, or say their children, goes to a new place, so they do not move with them, and that is why the problem arises, because the support system is lost, and they get older at the same time when the diseases start appearing. You all know that when you become older, then many secondary infection and problems like the chronic diseases come into his life, and they become part of his life. That's again a problem. And then we have old persons are without motivation for continuing living, and leading to, rather, because the job wise the government, particularly if I talk about India, then we have an age of retirement, and then from that age, like 60 years onward, he feel that he's no more useful. So these are the big issues and problems which are creating a lot of problems to our elder population. Now, if we talk about elderly, definitely age is suffering, and that is the noble truth given by Buddha, that everything is suffering, so we should accept it. So there is a solution for it. So one has to see that we have a reason and we have a solution for it, and we should go for that. And I've said that some authors are saying, which is again a perception created by many authors, and that is old age is an incurable disease, or you do not heal old age. Such kind of statements make difficulty, like Senesi has already said about this, that it is incurable disease. And you protect it, you promote it, and you extend it. That's what the James Starling Rose has said. So we have positive side and a negative side, but usually it is more of a negative side which lead to. So in the end, I can say, actually, if you cannot cure, but you can care for this group. And that is why this whole, group is about to discuss about this particular group. Now, the issue is that throughout the world, we are having more older population. If we just look at it internationally, we see that, number of older person are increasing, and that's a reality. Another one is that, if we look at our census going on, particularly in India, that particular group of more than 60 years are also increasing in percentage wise. Now we are expecting to cross 10% of the population. Maybe I think in 2050 we'll have, big number of older population. So when we have larger older population, we have to prepare ourselves. Otherwise, because the need of this population is totally different. And many a time we are not, tuned to handling those populations. And this is true for Southeast Asia region. Maybe I think in Western world, the older population is already there, and we have developed many programs. But when we talk about this India and maybe I think neighboring country, then situation is totally different. We have problem of gender. We have totally power given to the male. So the male elder population is much better than the female. So we have gender difference. We have rural urban difference. And in rural areas, we have large population, which is actually, having a problem of their economy, and also of their diseases, which is not handled by our health system. So we have physical, economical, emotional dependency, which is partly created, by our system. So we have to, make our system in such a way that facilitate them, and the dependency should be reduced. So that's what is required when we talk about this elder population. Now, another problem is that, we have a lot of hospitalization during this period. And this hospitalization incur, money and resources. So not only the family, but also the, community, and also the state, or maybe I think government start thinking that this population require a lot of, resources, and in outcome, nothing is coming. So they give low priority to this. So that should also be changed. We should try to make the advocacy group, and I think this group is the best one to advocate for the group, or say the older population, which should be realized that they have contributed a lot, and that's a time when they should receive the maximum. We have problem like the stroke, which has a lifelong problem, so the ischemic heart disease or heart attack, or maybe you can say vision problem, or particularly the dementia and Alzheimer. They are the problem, and this is increasing in our population, the Southeast Asia region and developing country. So lot of programs and efforts are required in this direction. So we have risk factors. So in our public health, we have learned that if we focus on risk factors, definitely we can decrease later on, the problems like the ischemic heart disease or maybe dementia or Alzheimer. These all things can be, reduced. So we have big three I's. That is the intellectual failure which occur in older population. We have instability and immobility, and we have incontinence. Incontinency. So these are the big. So if we can handle these three big I's, I think we can decrease a lot of issues of this population. Another three big triad, which is known as a 3D effect on this population, that is the depression, delirium, and dementia. They are the three big Ds which are there in a geriatric population. So we have to handle, this group very well, or maybe the disease population. And unfortunately, larger population of our older person is suffering from mental disorders. Not only in India, but I think throughout the world, you can see that disability adjusted life year loss is quite high. It is almost 6.6%. And, if we talk about how many mental disorders, maybe I think 1 in every 4 older person is having some or other type of mental disorders. And we have the, anxiety disorder, we have psychosis, we have sleep disorders, we have, related to many other, physical disorders. So linked with, so we have psychosomatic disorders are also there. And these senior people are going to have more and more because the uncertainty and also the stress is increasing. So if special programs are required when we talk about mental health. Anxiety disorder, the risk factor is already known because the social isolation and loss of loved one, maybe I think spouse is gone, or maybe alcohol or substance abuse, these are there. So we have to start a program to handle these risk factors. Another program is, to handle the mental disorder like the anxiety disorder or depression. We have the treatment, proper treatment, but at the same time, if we can start much early, maybe I think in 40s or 50s, if we can handle the risk factor, then they have less likely to develop anxiety and depression later on. If we can learn how to handle the cognitive and behavioral issues, I think they are much equipped with the dealing of their cognitive problems like, Alzheimer dementias, and we have vascular dementia. They are affecting them a lot, and through their training and also understanding, or maybe I think therapies, we can decrease this component. Similarly, the nutritional component is also very important in this group. We found that some of the nutritions can improve the affective disorder and also some of the like dementias and Alzheimer's. The affective disorder number 1, we can say problematic, but they are all manageable. I think, we can handle these issues without any complication, or maybe another one is a sleep disorders, which is quite common in elderly. So if we can improve their sleep, and there are methods and there are programs, so they all can be taught to them, and the elderly can be trained in it. And if they have better sleep, then many of the mental disorders can be decreased and their quality of life improves. So that is what, and whatever, causing the sleep disorder, maybe the physical illness, COPD, chronic pain, or all these things can be, at the same time managed. Sleep disorders can be handled without any problem. Substance abuse is quite high, particularly the multi-drugs or tablets or capsules, or maybe multivitamins, or for sleep or for hypertension. They take poly medicines, and some of the medicines are causing mental problems also. So if these can be reduced, or they can be taught that medicines are not the alternative to have the healthy life, then maybe I think we can improve further. So substance abuse, we can have a group in the community where they can learn about the different kinds of drugs, so they can decrease the consumption of that through various other methods, which is known as a non-pharmaceutical, therapies. We have so we have to focus on early detection, and risk management, and focusing on their physical, mental health, and functional ability. It has been found that when they are functionally active, then mentally they are active, and mentally they are much equipped. Then, whatever physical illness is there, the treatment should be done. I know as a medical doctor, when I was learning medicine, we used to be taught that when a fracture of hip comes, or maybe I think the head of the femur is broken, then it is better, if patient is 80 years, then there is no need of operation. So that was the mindset during that period, that older person do not require any treatment or management. But that's not true. All age can be treated, and their mobility can improve, and their life, quality of life can improve. So we should try our best to give all possible treatment, and we should make it available to them. Then there are certain challenges of the behavior, so these behavior can also be handled properly. And if our psychologists and doctors know how to handle, unfortunately, we don't have proper handling of these older person. That's again, we are not trained in handling we don't have proper degree courses, or say diploma courses for elderly health. And that's again a problem, because if we are not professional in many of the developing countries, then we are not able to handle their problems. So, even the support system is also very weak. So therefore, WHO has tried to have the active aging, and they have celebrated 1 year for this. And the purpose was to start the support for elderly. And for this, we have started one movement in India, particularly in Delhi, New Delhi. We have selected one ward initially, and that ward is declared as age-friendly ward. And we have done different activities to make the whole ward as the friendly to these elderlies. And very simple thing, that you have to make some arrangement with the politicians to to the marketing area, or to their park area, to their lane, where street where we can have the payment, so their accessibility can improve, their mobility can improve, their support system can improve. And this we have done it, and we are planning that whole Delhi should become the age-friendly Delhi. That's what our future movement is. We are planning to have such kind of movement. So the active aging is the very good concept, and everybody should understand. Rather, the elderly people should also know that aging is a good process and should accept it, and you can make more productive. So the point is that this process should be optimized to take the opportunity for health, and for more participation, and to secure, to improve the quality of life. And that's what is required. So this can be done by action in different areas. One area is combating depression or mental disorders. Then another area is the healthy bones and joints and muscles. A minimum amount of the physical activity, if they continue after the 40s, so they remain active. So that need to be inculcated in them, and their physical activity definitely affect their mind and affect their health. Then the systolic blood pressure and diastolic blood pressure. So if we can decrease their blood pressure through various methods, in which the yoga is there, and the meditation is also another one, and the drugs are also available. So depending on the type of the hypertension, we can manage that person. So that is another intervention area, because decrease of the blood pressure improve their health and decreasing the risk of the stroke. And stroke is, that very difficult problems, and that gives rise to disability throughout life. Then we can make them active more. And glucose is another one, the blood glucose level. So that is also to be checked again and again. And fortunately, in India, we have the national program for non-communicable disease, in which the blood pressure and blood sugar is regularly checked, and they are decreased through various methods, particularly the exercise, behavior modification, and also, yoga and meditation. Then we require social contacts, So the improving social contact is also very good intervention, which can improve through various methods. Maybe I think such kind of media can also be used, like the video conferencing, or maybe, webinars, seminars, all these things are there. The screening for the cancer is another intervention which, improve them for their health. And regularly vaccination. There are vaccines available. So if we vaccinate them, then definitely they less prone to various diseases, particularly the influenza, or maybe, later on the other disease may not occur to them, particularly which can be prevented by vaccines. So they are the interventions strategy available with us for older population, which can be done. Another strategy is that getting the political will. Political will means not only just in national level, but international level. So this group can be the advocacy force in the United Nations and other agencies where, people start talking about this aging, which should be healthy,
Dr. Jugal Kishore, just to say you have a couple of minutes left. Okay.
Okay. Then always, active aging strategy could be the active holistic approach, which we are talking. I think holistic approach is whenever we are designing a program, then seeing that the older people are involved. In adolescent health, this is one of the experiment we have done, linking the school student with the community population, and particularly the older population. So if they go there and talk to them, so the health of the elderly and also the adolescent improve, and they learn from each other, and the bonding is established. So that is a different strategy which we are experimenting, and I think we should share and also invite other groups to join hand with us. The public awareness, and then encouragement of the media people to talk about this healthy aging. In 1 week, if we get one article written on active aging, I think we have good dissemination among the population. So these are all strategy which I wanted to talk about our healthy aging. And I've already discussed about what experiment we have done, and our future plan is that we can make not only the state, but also the nation. And we can, label our nation as, age-friendly India or something like that, So similarly, we can make every country as, friendly to elderly. So that's what is required. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I'm ready to answer.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. That was very interesting. And I really like what you did there with taking it really to a kind of program and strategy level, and also linking it right back to the school age and into the community as well. I think the key phrase that's going to really stand out for me from that is the continuation of life, and that goes right from birth right till death, right? So it's really integrating the entire community, which is a challenge in the way that we kind of live our lives. We're not always so as nuclear as we used to be. So yeah, thinking of different ways around that. I think that's necessary, and yeah, helps us to live a more enriched life. And I do have one question around the continuation of life, because it kind of begins in your early years and goes through your life. So if you had one piece of advice that you can give to people of all ages that they can take away from this session, what would that piece of advice be to our listeners today?
Yeah, it's a very important question when we talk about continuation of life, or it's a cycle. It's more of, because everybody start talking or maybe asking why I'm there, if I'm going to die, it's a painful experience. Old person is, end of life. It's not like that, if we follow certain belief system, then there is always a continuation, whether it is a Christianity or a Muslim or maybe Buddhist or whatever. So according to that, they have hope that, if you are healthy, rather nowadays we are promoting in organ donation, and we say that keep your organ healthy. So if you just die any time of life, so you can donate to somebody, so you continue to live, and it is your duty to protect your organs, so you can give to as a gift. So that is required. We have shortage of organs. So that's one example. Another one is this old age issue is not new. This is there since the human being is on the earth. So we have to find out a solution philosophically and also practically, rather both ways. And I believe that Buddhist philosophy is very, very close to the solution of our old age. They say that your life continue, and you become the young person, because you always have craving for your life. So whenever till you have a craving for life, then you will continue to be in circle. So if you want to away from this, then you have to achieve nirvana, and there is the method for it. It's nothing that I'm saying out of something impossible. This has been done and it has been practiced, and fortunately we are from the country where we have Buddha and Mahavira and all. They have given the direction that how life should be. So my suggestion to everybody, rather than nobody to say suggesting, but it has a purpose, and the purpose is not end till you achieve nirvana, till you achieve highest enlightenment. So continue. So even in your last breath of, you can achieve something. It can be early or end. So old is nothing. It's just number. That is what I want to say.
Yeah, I really love that. Thank you, Dr. Jigal Kishore. Have a craving for life until your death. I think that's beautiful. So thank you so much for coming on today. It's been a pleasure to listen to you. It's lovely to give a voice to the elderly and bring them into the community. We are one. So thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. Okay, so if you are just joining us, you have come to Tribe Ripples, courtesy of the Soulful Exploration, many heartbeats, one rhythm. And we are going for 24 hours non-stop. So we're chasing all the sunsets around the world. And yeah, so the mission here today is really to raise the collective consciousness. And it's really about celebrating all the Zen moments that we experience every day for our entire lives, from sunrise to sunset. So yeah, this is a beautiful space, and we have many more speakers coming up. And I think it is about time to present our next speaker on the show. So we have Mr. Moffat Osoro. Welcome, Mr. Moffat Osoro. It's lovely to have you here, all the way from Kenya. And Moffat today is going to be speaking about the happiness secret. Less is more. Music to my ears. Sorry, my computer's telling me it's not working. Can you guys hear me? Okay, you guys can hear me. Good. Yeah, love that. Less is more. So Moffat Osoro is a happy, smiling person and finds meaningful and purposeful living in others. For him, life is to live for others and others to live for him. He values relationships, humanity, and spirituality. To him, family is not something, but everything. And the family can represent two levels, the biological family and the external family. So the biological family encompasses the nuclear and extended. The external includes your workmates, community, and friends. And this whole web is very important and valuable to him and wants to see humanity at its best. And he wants each person to derive their purposeful living through their relationship with loved ones and the environment. So I'm really excited to hear about this one. As soon as I hear less is more, I relax and go, yes, this is it. So really interested to hear what you have to say. So over to you, Moffat.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity to be here today, to talk to the world and to be able to share my happiness to the rest of humanity. Thank you, Anne Krishna. Thank you, Malik, for all you've done for the past few months to be able to bring the world into happiness. So thank you very much. So I'm taking this opportunity to share happiness to everyone. That includes from young babies to the elderly. As I was preparing my presentation, I'm kind of going to drift a little bit because I realized that I have to get every other person aboard. I know my little kids are watching me and they need to understand what it means to be happy. And I know there are so many people around the world who of different ages are really eager to see what happiness means and what it means to be happy with less. So I'm gonna go direct and go and do some reading. And my reading, no matter what part of the world we come from, we are basically the same human beings. We all seek happiness and try to avoid suffering. We have the same basic human needs and concerns. Happiness is the absence of suffering. It's possible for all humans to enjoy life and live a peaceful, happy life. And true, these were the words of Dalai Lama when he was giving his acceptance Nobel Prize speech. And now we can also agree that the world has enough needs to cover us to be able to be happy. Those are the words of Mahatma Gandhi. So I have to pose a question and ask the people who are watching, are you happy? Have you found happiness in your life? Whatever stage of life you are you happy? So what do you think will make you more happy? Is it more? Is it what you already have? Is it already what you have, and still you are looking for something else? So that is the question as I'm going to ponder and go deeper and make us understand that sometimes we go extremes to seek and search happiness, but in the real sense, what makes us happy is within ourselves. Now, a month ago, a Kenyan comedian sparked an online reaction after he revealed the amount of money he pays for rent. In an Instagram account, the comedian revealed that he pays only 9,000. That's an equivalent of $9 US. And he shared a receipt of his payment to claim what he has said. Now, when he was asked, he says, "There is no need for me to stay in a big house when the space I need is less." We all know the Pareto principle. It's the universal truth about the imbalance of inputs and outputs. While it doesn't always come to the exact 80-20 ratio, this imbalance is often seen in our daily lives. And truth be told, this is going to apply in our happiness when we are seeking more. And at the end of the day, less is what is going to be the secret of more happiness. In the Pareto principle, I'm going to give an example I got by one of the writers online. And it says, a gentleman only owns 5 suits, but 80% of the time, he grabs one black suit to wear. A household has 15 rooms, but most of the time, they use the bedroom, the living room, and the office. And for the ladies, I know sometimes you have a number of shoes, but in real time, you only use 20% of the shoes. So when we are having all this, where is happiness? Having all this. But you can see we can use 20% to be happy with 80% to be the output. Now, the United Nations, the International Day of Happiness is celebrated throughout the world on the 20th of March. It was established by the United Nations on 20th June 2012. The International Day of Happiness aims to make people around the world realize the importance of happiness within their lives. The United Nations is telling us to make more continuous progress on this day and the small things that continue to make our lives better. It says, share happiness with friends and family on the International Day of Happiness. Take time to note and appreciate what oneself has to be thankful for. Even the little things will make people feel happier and more fulfilled in life beyond that day marked and forever. We are called to consider making this a daily habit, such as keeping a gratitude log. Spend time with loved ones and try to repair any relationships that are going through a rough patch, since quality relationships are crucial to happiness. Try a step-by-step program where you meet like-minded people on a daily basis to assist each other in taking action and living healthy lives. You may also donate or work with a charity that encourages good deeds of your choosing. Social networking is another way to connect with others. It's particularly powerful tool on this day because it helps us to instantly share and spread our happiness as well as the joy they bring all over the world. The United Nations notes that happiness will be the path towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the global goals for sustainable development among other goals. So that you see what we are putting in our life. Those basics, the United Nations as a governing body of the world, it's more interested on what we need to do to feel happy. If you notice the points I've put across, these points are just a commitment. Once it takes not much to look at them and realize how powerful they become to be able to help us live happier lives. So if before you have not known that this day is very important, check into it. Not only do you wait until that day to celebrate, but also be sure to do it daily. As a psychologist, I can share you that people always run to us looking for happiness. But before you give them the happiness, they are looking for peace, truth, way out, that power towards happiness. When people are at crossroads, confused and conflicting, they craft and cry for help. They knock every door that promises hope to happiness. We all want peace. Once peace is achieved, we get settled and we are happy. Aristotle says, our supreme goal or happiness is to lead a life that enables us to use and develop our reason. And that is accordance with the reason. And one of the most respected psychologists, Abraham Maslow, essentially made self-fulfillment and happiness a central part of his life. In a break from other psychologists of his time, he wanted to understand what motivated the great people of history and to understand human potential. He wanted to know what humans are capable of doing at their healthiest self. And in his conclusion, the more we learn about man's natural tendencies, the easier it will be able to tell us how to be good, how to be happy, how to be fruitful, how to respect ourselves, how to love, and how to fulfill our highest potentialities. And that is happiness. We want a peaceful happiness and enjoyable life. Our human needs are many, but I believe to be contented in simple way is the ultimate happiness. Many of us will never be satisfied. Once we satisfy one thing, we craft for another. Most of us are like a toddler in a shopping store. The next search, the next touch is satisfying, but not gratifying. We move from one shelf of needs to another, or want. This eventually causes unhappiness. We rarely find time to understand what we truly want. When billionaire Femi Otedela is a billionaire from the Nigeria country, he was asked in a telephone interview by one presenter, "Sir, what can you remember made you a happy man in life?" He said, I have gone through 4 stages of happiness. And finally, I understand true happiness. And probably as we go through the 4 points, some of us, we can take an example and see where we are, what it means to be happy. The first stage was to accumulate wealth and means. But at this stage, I did not get the happiness I wanted. Then came the second stage of collecting valuables and items. But I realized that the effect of this thing is temporary, and the lust of valuable things does not last long. Then came the third stage of getting big projects. And they says, when it was holding a 95% stake diesel supply in Nigeria and the whole of Africa, I was the largest vessel owner in Africa and Asia. But even here, I did not get the happiness I had imagined. The fourth stage was the time a friend of mine asked me to buy a wheelchair for some disabled children, just about 200 kids. At the friend's request, I immediately bought the wheelchairs. But the friend insisted that I go with him and hand over the wheelchairs to the children. I got ready and went with him. There, I gave these wheelchairs to these children with my own hands. I saw the strange glow of happiness on the faces of these children. I saw them all sitting on the wheelchairs, moving around and having fun. It was as if they had arrived at a picnic spot where they are sharing a jackpot. I felt joy inside me. When I decided to leave, one of the kids grabbed my legs. I tried to free my legs, but the child stared at my face and held my leg gently. I bent down and asked the child, "Do you need something, little one?" The answer this child gave him not only made him happy, but also changed the attitude of life completely. The child told him, "I want to remember your face so that when I meet you in heaven, I'll be able to recognize you and thank you once more." Studies confirm it. Buying material things doesn't make us happy. They are but moments. The pursuit and purchase of physical possessions will never fully satisfy the desire of our happiness. It may result in temporary joy for some, but happiness found in buying a new item rarely lasts longer than a few days. The culture of today is defined, I need that, I want that. Fashion's trending everywhere, when it's really only an enticement to buy the latest trend and throw out the old. But buying new things won't bring you true happiness. The opposite, in fact, seems to be true, and practicing minimalism will save our people who are impoverished. One psychologist from Massachusetts, Alan Solprod, puts it, and is too familiar with this picture. A husband and wife no longer connect. They are so exhausted from the pursuit of nice things. A big house, private school for their kids, fancy cars, that they are time-starved and depleted. Life is luxurious but unsatisfying and simply no fun at all. It's ironical that the modern world has lost meaning when it comes to satisfaction and gratification. It's the accusation and gathering of what modern life can bring. It's sad that those who lack will trade anything to go for that life. It will be possible for them to sacrifice and drive themselves to the edge to get the envy of those who already have them. studies show that the poor people who emphasize on materialistic goals are especially likely to be unhappy. That's why you find even some people who have taken a choice of not following that, even when they lack most of the things, they find meaning to life and can always afford a smile and enjoy life. Aristotle argued, because of man's unique capacity to reason, pleasure alone cannot achieve happiness. Because animals are driven to seek pleasure, and a man has a greater capacity than animals. Mental experts also agree, for life to be worthy and self-fulfilling, happiness will be the key. While seeking for help, we seek to escape suffering of any magnitude. In striving for happiness, the most important factor is to have complete virtue. In other words, have a good moral character. That's from the Pursuit of Happiness 2018. In the process of finding wrong happiness, virtues and characters are compromised. Greed finds its way. Shortcuts are crafted and greed is born. The universal approach to happiness should be moral character, being healthy, and have a concern and a consideration of others. Now, I'm going to show you my short experience briefly before I wind up. A few years ago, I came to the community I stay. Medical and maternal care was a challenge. This inspired us to be able to bring change to maternal care in this community. With only $1,000 savings, a small clinic was started. And in this, we ensured that the care we gave this community did not cost that huge expectation to bring about change. Is that compassion? Is that kindness? Is that concern? Is that reaching of hand that changed everything? And I can at least attest to you that the little care that we stretch with that purpose and duty to our fellow human beings is what matters in the end. Don't see that the little hand you give to your brother or sister, that touch is all too big for you to make other people happy. I want to challenge all of us. I want to challenge all of us to have a reason to be duty-bound in their retrospect to bring about happiness to their own families, to their own communities, to the entire world. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It's my sincere belief that after this meeting, we're going to be able to learn more, that we can have happiness and that it doesn't require all the whole world to be happy. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Moffat. That was such a beautiful talk. Yeah, you really hit me from the first few minutes with one question, which I'm actually going to go away and reflect on myself. Is more what will make you happy? I think that's such a beautiful question to ask, because I think it's very easy in the society in which a lot of us live in which, you know, there's more things out all the time. There's the latest technology, new technology, and there's so much going on that it's so easy to get caught up in this idea that we need more stuff. Yeah, and I do have one question I'd really love to ask you, if I may. And I'm really intrigued as to how people respond with this message, whether it's your clients, people you consult with. How do they respond to this message typically?
Hello. Yes,
Hey, are you still there?
I'm there. Yeah. You can rephrase it again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So, how do people respond to this message when you're sharing it with your clients, with the people you're consulting with? What's their response?
Well, I think it becomes a wake-up call. Even for me to go deep into this topic, I realized that sometimes we need to go to ourselves and soul search ourselves and ask ourselves, are we happy? What can really make us happy? That inner peace, that making sure that it's not only self, it's not only your challenge, but including others. You know, what you want is what others want, as I indicated earlier, what Dalai Lama said. If you want something, someone else wants it. So you cannot overshadow others in the process of making sure that you are better enjoying them themselves. So for me, when I share the happiness, I want to be an equilibrium. They want to see exactly the happiness I have. I want to see also to share, to be infectious, contagious, to share that happiness to them.
I really love that, sharing the happiness and what you said there about the inner journey and yeah, looking within, which is what it's all about here at Tribe Ripples. Is really the inner journey, which really reflects how we then show up in the world, what we end up sharing to other people, right? So it's kind of back and forth. So thank you so much for that, Moffat. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you on all the way from Kenya. I love it. So yes, and thank you so much for joining us here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Asante sana.
Moffat, I have one question for you. I'm not going to let you go so easy, brother. I mean, every one of your talks has always been so inspiring that I want to keep hearing you over and over again. I did have my goosebump moments. I had some teary-eyed moments. That's what you do. You speak straight from your heart. It's your soul that reaches another soul. And Moffat, I mean, it's like, I have a question, you know, when you were talking about, it's like when we talk about joy of serving, that's what I've seen inside of you. If I were to ask you, what's been one of your most happy moments, let's say in the past 24 hours, what is it and why was it happy for you? That could carry on as a beautiful message for everyone.
So I think personally, I found my happiness, not only my serving others. For the past 24 hours, I have had 4 women who had given birth at our center. And the reason why these women choose our center for care is because whatever challenges they come about with, you know, in most cases, this is an impoverished community. And our highest aspiration is to make sure we tell them that life is to be lived with happiness, that whatever challenges that have been bestowed on their shoulders need to be put down so that they can march forward from this sacred care and raise a beautiful, happy family and generation to come.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. That was a brilliant question, Anu. Thank you for asking that. Love the response. Okay. Thank you so much, Moffat. And if you have just joined us, yeah, thank you. If you have just joined us, you have come to Triple Ripples, courtesy of the Soulful Exploration, many heartbeats, one rhythm. And we're here celebrating all the Zen moments that are in all of us to experience every day. And the purpose of this community that we're building here right now is really to raise the collective consciousness around the planet, around the globe, So it's brilliant that we've got so many speakers from so many different countries. We've had one from India, from Kenya. We're about to move on to a beautiful speaker from Switzerland in a second. Really bringing together the different perspectives of from different countries, from different cultures, different communities, different ages, and bring it all together. And so I think it is about time to introduce our next amazing speaker. As I said, she is from Switzerland, Dr. Ruby Bakshi Kurdi, who will be speaking on EI, emotional intelligence at the workplace. Dr. Ruby Bakshi Kurdi is a TEDx speaker and trainer, and she's avidly spoken on the SDG 4 quality education. So that's the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is for all of various United Nations-led initiatives. She successfully conducted the Youth Leadership Seminar at the United Nations, Geneva. She's been appreciated by various ministries and dignitaries from royal families as well. She's a recipient of many national and international awards, conducting workshops across the world: London, Bahrain, Amsterdam, India, Nepal, China, Paris, Portugal, Prague. And her contribution towards education and society has been recognised by the World Book of Records UK. She's also been featured on the cover page of Elite Businesswoman magazine, The Ambassador, Journal, Career Beacon, and Wow India. So I think Wow about sums this up. I'm really excited to hear on emotional intelligence, EI at the workplace. I think this is quite a timely topic. People are really interested, or getting much more interested in emotional intelligence in the workplace. It's something that's often, it's been overlooked, and it's really getting the limelight now. So I think this will be an amazing speech, an amazing talk. So welcome, Dr. Ruby.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Luna, for a wonderful introduction. I was really enjoying. I felt let the music go on and on. I see smiling faces of Dipankar. Thank you, Dipankar, for this amazing initiative with Anu. You guys have done an amazing, amazing work with getting all inspiring souls from all over the world. So I'm really thrilled to be part of this beautiful summit, and I'm enjoying listening to the speakers to the core. So namaskar, everyone, from the beautiful Switzerland. This has become the way of interaction these days due to COVID. No handshakes, but namaste, which is direct from heart of India. So yes, emotional intelligence is something which is very close to my heart. As an educationist here in Switzerland, I have been teaching masters, bachelors, and doctorate students in hospitality and business. So I'm a core educationist. But with education, I feel it is important that we need to go beyond the four walls of the classroom, not just be limited to what we are doing in the classrooms with our students. It's only when you connect with the people emotionally, you make an impact. And that is the impact for life. You know, you will definitely remember, Luna, that we were having this talk and I started with namaste or namaskar. You may or may not remember the other contents, right? Because the span of attention is really, really small. You know, we just pay attention to the things which help us to connect and make it resonate for a long period of time. So yes, emotional intelligence has become the mantra of the world today, especially because of what the world is going through. It's normally said, you know, when all the stomachs are filled, when everyone has a full plate, we never complain. We're always smiling. All our friends, best friends moving together. It's only during crisis, you know, when people are facing problems, when people are facing some issues which are not easy to, I would say, solve or work upon, they start complaining. They start talking about oh, this is not possible, or this is not happening, or that's not going on well. We go through a roller coaster of emotions only during the time when things are difficult. Because when we are happy, it passes very quickly. So my journey here in Switzerland has also been a roller coaster of emotions, because when I came here in the beginning, I had dreams of Switzerland as shown in our Indian movies, beautiful lawns, beautiful mountains, valleys, lakes, and whatnot. But the reality hit when I came here, coming from a warm country where people are like, in India, people just smile, they hug, they are there with you from day one, with festivals, with the rich cultural traditions, And I come here where people are good, but they're not hugging you, or they're not just there with you instantly. So I was like, oh my God, is that a reality check? And my husband was like, welcome to Switzerland. It's a place which is beautiful, but you need to make an effort to get across to the people. The ocean is not going to walk to you. You need to walk to the ocean in case you want to have the best of it. If you're feeling warm, you go to the ocean and take a dip. The ocean is not going to come to you. So these are some of the things which I would like to share with the audience in terms of what I have been through and how it helped me get across to what I am today. My journey in Switzerland was not so easy because of the language difference, cultural difference, and people coming from different backgrounds, ethnicities. So, to get across to them and to connect with them was a bit of a walk, I would say. And especially if you're not used to walking, it is a lot of work. And when you're doing a treadmill, it even becomes more difficult. So yes, as an educationist, I was more used to where teacher is like a demigod, in schools in India, the professor, whatever he or she says, it is like the word. And you really have a big physical distance between the teacher and the taught. Coming here, I was like a buddy to my students, they just felt as if it's a buddy relationship. Before the classes would start, they would be smoking outside, having coffee, or, talking and chilling, because it used to be winter. When I started, it was winter mornings here. So I used to wonder, what do I do? Should I also go with them, talk to them, or be in my staff room, just go through my notes and stuff like that? So for me, it was really not easy, because whenever the classes would start, in the breaks and when they would finish, people would always connect. People would always talk, smoke together, drink together. And I, coming from a culture which was completely different, was not used to it. So I kept my distance in the beginning. I was just like a teacher teaching my students. But I got the first lesson of reality when I got my evaluation, students' evaluation, module evaluation. I thought I'm doing a decent job, but when I got the evaluation, it was very different to my expectation. It said that I don't connect with the students. I'm not available to my students after class hours or during class hours, when we have the break time. Lessons taught are great. Content is nice. Teacher is well prepared. But in terms of connectivity, in terms of getting across to the teacher, we are kind of hesitant to approach her. And that's where I thought, but this is not me. I'm a person, I think, who is easily approachable. But because of that point of time, I was struggling between two cultures, the do's and don'ts of two cultures. So I was in a dilemma whether to do this or that. And I'm sure each one of you who's listening to me is resonating, especially when you're working in international work environments and you've moved from country A to country B, because we don't know whether to follow our home culture or to go away with wherever we are. Yeah, like as we say, do in Rome as Romans do. So I started conditioning my mind. Ruby, you are not like that. It is a completely different perception people have got about you. I need to work upon myself. And that's when I started getting a bit comfortable. I started making an effort to talk to my students, to reach out to my students. And that is a quality which is very, very important, especially when you are at a workplace where people don't know the real you. They just know what you are projecting to them. So to make our audience understand what exactly is emotional intelligence is, in the words of the father, I would say father of emotional intelligence, or the great American psychologist, Mr. Daniel Goleman, who really popularized this concept of EI, it is having a connection between emotional intelligence, that is your own emotions within, and getting in touch with the people who are around you, the circle, immediate circle. And that is basically based on two main concepts: personal competency and social competency. So in my mind, I think I was working very well on personal competencies, but I had not worked on social competency, and that's what I started working upon. So each one of you has to understand from day one, we all think we are the best, even if we are not. We all think we know our trade very well, even if we don't. But what we need to do at all times is, work on the 5 main concepts, which I think, according to me, maybe it's different for other people, but according to the things which we have read or which we discuss or we, keep on talking about practically all the time, is the pillars that make you connect with the people are: number 1, self-awareness. We need to be aware of our strengths and weaknesses, straight from a business book. We have to do our SWOT analysis. We have to be very well aware of what are our strong points and what are our weak points. Second is self-regulation. How do we control that? Maybe I'm good at talking, but I'm not good at listening. So I need to make a special effort to start working on it. And that's only possible, I'm sure that's only possible when we keep our eyes and ears open to what is happening around us, across us, and with the people with whom we are interacting. So if I may ask you quickly, the people who are here, if I just ask you quickly, how are you feeling with the emotions, the reactions that are shown in there? You can just click on that and show me how you're feeling. Happy, sad, so. Just click on the emotion to show what you're feeling, or you can use the chat window to tell me about your emotion. Great. Thank you, Owen. So that's your way of connecting. Thank you. I love that. So that's the way you are connected. We are connected because what I'm saying, it is reaching across to you, and your emotions are popping up on the screen, which is making me happy. So the third one is motivation. According to connection, or according to the situation we are in, we feel motivated. If someone had put a hands down, or a smiley face which is not smiling but with a smile that is upside down, it would not have made me happy. I would have felt, oh my God, what is it that is not making them connect with me? Fourth one is empathy. We have to have the feeling how the person on the other side is feeling right now, so that we can empathize with him. We can sit in their shoes and realize, is he feeling the pain? Is he really tired sitting in front of the screen whole day, whole time, or whichever period of time he or she has been staring at the screen to listen to these amazing speakers? So we need to empathize with the people who are there in our networks, immediate network or external networks. And the last one, which is the fifth one, is the social skills. So when I say social skills, it's like some people are great. They have amazing knowledge. They have amazing, information. But when it comes to connecting with the people, they take a backseat. If you're talking to them, they always have that space like. So imagine, would you connect with a person who has a face which is so serious, or would you connect with a person who has at least a slight smile? I love the smiles that I'm seeing now. So it's normal. We feel it's like a signal. It is like a sign that you are interested or you are there with me. But persons who are very serious or there's no connection, we feel that something is missing. He or she is not there with us. So for any situation to understand EI, especially at workplace, you have to understand these 5 pillars very well. I'll again repeat for our audiences: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. These are 5 main pillars which I have been practicing here. And I'm sure the more and more you practice these skills, you will be so much at peace with your work and also with the people with whom you are working, because they will tend to understand you, they will enjoy the work with you, and you will always get a positive vibe with the people. Because when you start working, it is important that the people with whom you're working, you have to have that connectivity that goes a long way. It's normal, sometimes at work, it all depends how we are feeling. So you might say sometimes, is it okay to show emotions at work? Is it okay to cry? With women, sometimes, we feel very weak. If we have to take a very important decision, we are in a dilemma. Should I take this promotion, which is sending me across the world to the destination I always wanted to work? Or should I take a backseat because my children are small? They need me. I can't quit right now. I can't take them with me. So what do I do? So when we are in such a dilemma, should we talk to the people? Should we show that we are feeling emotional by showing our tears? This is one question which I always ask my audiences. Is it okay to cry at workplace? Or is it always better to have that shield? I am a strong person. I am a Wonder Woman, or I am a Wonder Man who doesn't know what tears are. Come on, guys. We all go through those lean phases. So it's okay not to be okay sometimes. That's what I say all the time to my students, to my co-workers, to my friends, even to my parents. This right now during pandemic, they have been going through a lot of lean phase. We are not able to connect with people. We are not able to go out and meet people. So they were like, all the time, we're just in front of our screens, either on phones or on computers. What do we do? So I'm like, talk to the people. You don't have to show that you're perfect. You're leading a great life. Show what you're actually feeling. It's only when we talk, it's only when we speak it out, we get the right kind of vibe from the people. So at workplace, especially when we make some emotional decisions, when we have to make let's say a very crucial decision, which is going to have an impact on our life, it's better to discuss with the people around you. Show them that you are also vulnerable. You don't have to have that Wonder Woman, or I'm the best, or I'm the coolest, or I'm Mr. Perfect image all the time. Guys, we definitely need to change the mindset, because the more we start showing that we are authentic, we also go through the pain, we also go through something which is amazing. So you can cry sometimes. It's not something that you have to keep hidden, or like a kettle, like a kettle which is all the time bubbling inside. Because if you keep the cover of the kettle all the time on the kettle, one day it's gonna burst. One day it's gonna explode. So why go to that situation, guys? If you need to discuss, just come out and talk whatever has been there in your mind, because only when you are able to discuss, only when you're able to talk and lend out or vent out what you're going through, you will definitely emerge successful. So it is important, especially for people who are struggling at workplace, especially for people who are coming from different virtual or I would say virtual backgrounds also right now, because when we are having these meetings, it's important to start the meeting with a bit of humor. It's always not about work, work, work. You have to have that little lighter side as well, so that when people are discussing, or when people are having straight idea about what needs to be done, just surprise them. Surprise your workers, surprise your employees. Let's say if you come to know it's somebody's birthday, create, even if you're on a virtual platform, wish him happy birthday. Create a virtual background that is showing that you care for him, because sharing and caring, they definitely go a long way. Even in my TEDx talk, I would really encourage all of you to watch my TEDx talk, where I have told very clearly, loud and clear, EI over AI. When I said that emotional intelligence over artificial intelligence, I just said that because I felt like that, even though we're living in a virtual digital world, we have to have a human connection. We have to connect with people in such a way that you make an impact. They are gonna remember you because of what you said. They're going to remember you because how you make them feel. If I'm making you feel good, you'll always remember me, Ruby, who was wearing the pink dress and speaking at the Soulful Exploration Summit. You're always going to remember that. You may or may not remember the exact content, but you'll remember, oh, she made us feel good. She made us feel valued. She was entertaining us with her words and the content that she's trying to convey, not via presentation or not via a script, but straight from my heart. This is what I feel, and that is what I'm sharing with you all. And there's a line which I've used again in my TED Talk, which says, emotions drive people. People drive performance. Emotions drive people, and people drive performance. So only if you are a happy employee, you will give good results. The output, the efficiency at which you perform will be showing in your output loud and clear because you're happy with it. Even if your manager wants you to work on weekends some days, which is very common in hospitality. People have odd working hours, people have shift system, people have to work on weekends when families want to be together. But when you and your employees connect very well, or when you have this emotional connection with your co-workers, believe me, guys, you're definitely going to enjoy and you will never complain because you have built up a good relationship, which is going to take you a long, long way. So that's my take, and that's what I want to convey to you. And I proudly say I have really been very, I would say, successful with my students to put their cameras on throughout our virtual lessons. They don't keep their cameras off because we connect. I feel you only connect when you are seeing the other person face to face, eye to eye, in a good way. And that's how you connect and make long-lasting relationships. So I'll always encourage all of you, even after this summit, which Dipankar and Anu have created and made us all connect, all the thoughtful, influential speakers, leaders from different parts of the world, please feel the connection. Please feel connected even once the summit is over. Make sure that you connect with the people that resonated with your information. Be part of that and just feel free to be there all the time for each other, because it's only during pandemic when we realize, when the world is going through a phase, a very lean phase, how you can work on the 3 E's, which is education, empathy, and empowerment. Keep empowering everyone, keep connecting with everyone, and make sure that you are a rich source of information, whether emotional or informational, in a very, very strong way. So that's from me. Thank you so much. And thank you for listening and being a great audience.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. That was really insightful and really useful. And I really loved how you've kind of gone across 2 very different cultures from your home country and then into Switzerland. They're like chalk and cheese. And I really relate to that as a digital nomad myself. Going into different cultures, coming from the UK and going into India, the opposite, where there is that sort of a different hierarchy, as well as the very rich spirituality that's there. And it can be quite overwhelming to see all the differences. So well done for making that transition and having that awareness of what's going on, what the changes and being able to adapt to the different culture. And it is a really interesting question. Do I stick to my home culture values, or do I adapt? How much do I adapt? And I'm really curious, how do you sort of find that balance? Because it must, how do you find that balance between your home culture and the Switzerland culture that you've adopted and built a life in?
That's a very, very good question, Duna. And this is something which has been asked to me practically in all the sessions. And wherever I've been invited as a keynote speaker, that's one question that they ask: how did you carve a niche for yourself here? Did you completely go in the culture that you are in, or we see you that you are walking and talking India sometimes. So how did you do that? The answer is very simple. As I said, do in Rome as Romans do. So I changed myself little bit in terms of what others are doing, what other teachers are doing, what other professors are doing. So for me, as my role as educationist was something which was a learning experience. You don't have to change completely. You have to keep your rich identity where you come from. Never forget where you come from. Always keep that with you, because you are the bearer, you are the carrier of your own culture. So even after having lived in Switzerland for last 20 years, wherever I go, I talk India, I walk India. I say that very proudly. And that's something that you have to share and tell even to your children, to the future generations, because once you are here, you will not be having a touch with your motherland. So it's important that you don't have to compromise on your values, on your cultural traditions. So you have to have that of the home culture. But at the same time, wherever you are, you have to integrate with that place as well. I say very proudly that India is my Janma Bhumi and Switzerland is my Karma Bhumi, which is, this is the place which has given me what I am today. But because I had the rich cultural traditions, I had the very strong educational background from India that helped me survive here. So we have to have a bridge, create a link between both the cultures. Do not forget your culture, but try to adapt and integrate with the culture where you are in, because that's a learning experience. And that shows that how well you're connected with yours as well as the culture where you are in. So you have to keep that in mind. You can't live in a cocoon, you can't live in a shell. You have to come out of that shell. And that's only possible. Take the best from all the cultures wherever you are going. I was just talking about 2 cultures. Maybe there are some of you who have traveled to 5 different countries or 6 different countries, and each country has given them something wow. Each country has given them something which is awesome. So take the best of those with you, like a collection, just as we like to collect things. Collect these as good souvenirs from every culture and move on, and definitely you will evolve as a much stronger and culturally oriented person. I hope I answered your question, Luna.
Yeah, that was a beautiful answer. So thank you so much, and for sharing what it's like. I do have one tiny little question to ask you quickly. And if you had to, what was one challenge that you faced in that transition, and how did you kind of work through that or overcome that?
You mean one challenge as an educationist or one challenge as a woman living in a foreign country?
Yeah, living in a foreign country as a woman.
Okay, one challenge which I faced as a woman here was, in the beginning, people thought that I'm a snob. I don't want to talk to people. I'm like, I'm someone like, ooh, I'm the best kind of thing in my shell. But the problem was, it was not so. I didn't understand the language. I didn't understand the culture. So that's why I was always watching people, but not talking, because I was hesitating to talk to them. And it was because of that, some of the women where I live, in the commune where I live, they felt, these people who come from India or these people who come from Asian countries, they are very different. They are very in their own world, So it's okay, let them be. So in the beginning, I was not really accepted so much, because they felt that, one, I'm young. At that time, when I came here, I was very young. So she's young, and these young people, they don't want to mix with older people, because the place where I live, there are many older people living here. So language being a main issue was something that I was misunderstood by a lot of people. And I'm a person who's always smiling. Now most of the people here I live, they call me sunshine or soleil. In French, it is called soleil, because I always, even if I'm not feeling good, I tell them, just smile, you'll feel good and you'll feel happy. So that was in the beginning. I was misunderstood because of the way I was. I was not welcomed because they thought that I'm different, because I was not speaking the language. So they understood me as a completely different person. as if I'm not approachable, that kind of a thing. But with passage of time, I worked over it. I learned the language. I learned different ways of communicating via sign language or by showing them what I want, So that's how we connected. I made an effort and it really worked. And a struggling woman in a foreign country became the sunshine and the heart of the commune where I am. And I'm very happy about it.
Brilliant. Love that. You became the sunshine in the community. Thank you so much, Dr. Rumi Bakshi-Kearney. It's been amazing to have you on. And so if you have just joined us, you have come to Tribe Ripples, courtesy of the Soulful Exploration, many heartbeats, one rhythm. And this is really all about connecting together as heart-centric people, listening to different speakers from around the globe, from their perspectives, from their cultures, transitioning into different cultures. We've already had speakers who are speaking about the elderly and from education. It's amazing what's the different speakers we have here. And so we have our next speaker coming up, who is from France. Her name is Nandita Sood-Peret. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, so I do apologize if my pronunciation is a little bit off. Nandita is a leadership and transformations coach. And in 2015, she founded her own intercultural consulting and coaching company, Connecting the Dots Cultural Insights. She teaches intercultural management and collaboration at the Grenoble School of Management and the Grenoble University. So as a facilitator and a coach, she uses the power of metaphors and storytelling. And this empowers the people in terms of the team she works with, so they can transform to new levels of success and collaboration. And this helps her clients to get new perspectives for change and growth and her motivators. And she guides them from judgment to analysis. As she does this, they learn to rewrite their inherited stories, and new stories that translate into new ways of thinking and enable new possibilities. So it looks like we've got another angle on intercultural here, which is brilliant. So this is Nandita Sood-Peret talking around releasing culture to create more empathy. So really interested on this different perspective. Over to you, Nandita. You're on mute. Still on mute. Hold on, I think we're just taking a look at that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can hear you now. You are good to rock and roll.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me here, Anu, and thank you, Deepika, and thank you, Luna, for that wonderful introduction. I'm very happy to be here and to talk a little bit about what I do, how I do it. And I do normally have 16 hours to train people. That's average. I spend 2 days with people when I train them. Today I have 20 minutes. So I'm going to reset a few limiting beliefs in under 20 minutes. So before we start releasing it, I think it's interesting to think about what is culture. So culture is the set of beliefs and traditions that serves us. It's a lifeblood of a vibrant society. It's how we tell our stories. It's how we celebrate. It's how we entertain ourselves. It's how we remember our past and imagine our future. So releasing culture, when I say releasing culture, it's not about giving up on your culture. Absolutely not. But it's about trying to understand the parts of the culture that serve you and those that don't. And that can be a very, very subtle difference. Now, how do we get our cultures? We get our cultures from our experiences and our entourage as children, and they get wired into our brains. Gert Hofstede calls it the software of the mind. So releasing culture is about rewiring those patterns and beliefs that no longer serve and that can even get in your way, and we call them limiting beliefs. These patterns and beliefs are also unconscious biases, and because they're unconscious, they're very difficult to deal with. If you don't know they're there, how can you solve the problem? The good news is that our brains are incredibly malleable and they can be trained and retrained, and the scientific term for this is neuroplasticity. The bad news is that our brains love regularity and repetition. So to go from that fixed mindset to a growth mindset, we need to be able to overturn those patterns. And to overturn them, it's kind of important to understand how the patterns get fixed in the first place in our brains. So Dr. Linda Page, who's written a book about this, has a great metaphor that I'd like to share with you. It might be helpful to think of creating these new neural pathways when you're children, like making trails in deep snow. So the first time you walk through deep, fresh snow, it's hard, it's slow, it's tiring. And at the end of the bath, there's a mailbox, and in the mailbox, there's a prize. So maybe when you were a child, the demand was from your parents, you need to be quiet, you need to behave. And the first time you walk down the fresh snow of behaving and being quiet, well, that was really hard. But the prize was the approval that you got from your parents. And maybe you go down the path another time, and then another, and the next time it's still hard, and the next time it's still a little bit difficult, but it gets easier at some point. The snow gets packed down, you make progress, and you've made a new neural highway, which is, I need to behave to get parental approval, or I need to be quiet. There are all different nuances of how that happens. Now you find yourself, fast forward 30 years, in a leadership position, and the ask is very different. You need to learn to speak up, voice an opinion, make decisions, and where your brain has just not been wired to do that. So the first time you do that, you speak up, you feel really uncomfortable, and it feels inauthentic. It doesn't feel like you're being you. And you keep getting pulled back by your old neural pathway, your old intention. The trick is to keep at it and trying your best to ignore the superhighway of habitual patterns that are beckoning you. It's the easier road, but it's not the road you need right now. And it's not the road to your fulfillment. So when this new road building needs to happen, that's when a coach, a therapist, a facilitator can be there to pack you up and provide support to reinforce the new neural pathways that are being formed. This is when you also need a lot of empathy and compassion and patience and experimentation and repetition and the will to question and keep going back. So if we look at unconscious bias, which is the other kind of limiting belief, we need a lot of patience and kindness with ourselves in order to look at and confront our own unconscious beliefs before we can think about overcoming them. You might have a belief that you're truly open-minded individuals, especially in a conference like the one we're attending today. So here you are, you completely believe in gender equality. This happened to me. I teach gender differences as part of the intercultural. I teach intergeneration. I teach international teams to work together. So I believe that I'm a fairly open-minded person. I also have a little bit of history. So I went to an American junior high school for a while, and then I went back to India to live at the age of 14. And I happened to be living with my wonderful paternal grandparents. And it was great, but we didn't really see eye to eye with my grandmother on one point, which was I did not know how to cook and it did not interest me. So she first asked me, then she told me, and then she scolded me about how I was not learning how to cook. Now, I did not know at the age of 14 what a feminist was, but I remember pointing to my older brother who was sprawled on the sofa saying, "What about him? Doesn't he need to cook as well?" And this all ended in a kind of truce where I didn't learn to cook, but my brother did end up becoming a decent one. And it took me a while longer to understand that principles or not, knowing how to cook was an important life skill. And I think it's important to say that I have a lot of respect and love for my grandmother. Her attitude to a woman's place in society was a consequence of her times and her life story. And I also believed myself to be doing what was necessary for me at that time. As a result, I didn't want to bring up my daughter telling her that learning to cook was the female prerogative. And I didn't. So my daughter is very different. Now, if you flash forward another 30 years and my daughter comes home from her own junior high school one day and says to me, "You know, Mom, I just found out that one of the kids in my class, his parents are millionaires." So I was cooking and a little distracted, but that's no excuse. So my response to her was, really, what does his dad do? The question was met with silence. And when I looked up, my daughter's eyes were on me and she said, "Why did you only ask me about what the father does?" So she caught me and she was right. Why didn't I ask about what the mother does? I remember the feeling of being caught out, but I also remember realizing how my unconscious and inherited cultural bias had tripped me up despite what my reasoning brain wanted to believe. And I also remember feeling a little bit proud of my daughter for having escaped that. Now it's your turn. Let me throw you a little riddle and see how you react. So here goes. There's a father and a son, and they're in a car accident, a terrible car accident. The father dies on impact. The son is in a critical state and he's transferred to the emergency room of a hospital. The surgeon in charge walks in to operate, and he takes one look at the boy and says, "I'm sorry, I cannot operate. This boy is my son. How is this possible?" Now, I've done this exercise dozens of times with hundreds of students, and I get all kinds of answers, but the most frequent ones are adopted father and biological father. Maybe that's what some of you thought. I also get father and grandfather. I also got on one occasion, the father is the dad, and then there's the father as the priest. And whilst all of these are possibilities, what is the correct answer? The correct answer is, of course, the mother. The surgeon is the mother. And I've done it with hundreds of students of all different generations. And even though same-sex couples are becoming more and more common, the vast majority of children are still born into heterosexual couples. And yet the two dads explanation is by far the most common among the answers I get. So I had just told you the story about my daughter catching me with the same bias. And yet I tell that story to my students, and I also have them do a gendered exercise, and they protest a lot about doing it because they have to associate pink and feminine ideas to a woman's image, and the same for the men. And they protest about doing it, and they still get caught up in their unconscious bias. And it's frustrating when your internal program trips you up. And that's what's difficult about changing minds and changing hearts. It's because we're under the influence of them that it's so hard to change. But beyond the frustration, what can we learn from this? They run deep. Our biases run deep. And once it gets pointed out, it is much easier to do something about it. And that's where empathy and compassion and open-ended questions come into the game. So this is what I try to do. I question everything. So in the next few minutes, what I'm going to try and do is talk about 3 or 4 examples of limiting beliefs and that we think are absolutes in many cultures, and look at how, when we turn them around, what happens. Is that also a reality that could be real for you or for somebody else? And when we're working in different teams, in teams that come from different places and different nationalities, that's what is really helpful to them, to be able to see how they can flip it, flip their own absolute truths, to see that there's another perspective possible. And the best leaders are able to do that. And the best leaders who are able to not only take their employees where they want to be, but also have satisfied employees, and also be kinder to the earth, and do things which innovate so that the companies make money, but they're not harming anybody. So let's look at the first belief. The first belief is time is money, being on time is essential. Now, time is a very common value, and rich or poor, whether we're from a rich or poor country, whether we're male or female, whether we're old or young, that is one resource that we all share, 24 hours in one day. So we're in a meeting, and we have back-to-back meetings in this multinational company, and people are always complaining about them. So I have 10 executives talking about a very, very important subject. 45 minutes into the meeting, we're almost getting to a conclusion. But what's happening? Everybody's so concerned about being on time for their next meeting that 10 minutes before they are, they're all looking at their watches and thinking, okay, I gotta go. So they're disengaged from the meeting. Now I have an Indian executive who says to me, I'd rather them be late. I'd rather them be late 10 minutes to the next meeting and for us to really concentrate, because we're almost getting to a conclusion that we can act upon. Because what really happens in reality is that everybody leaves the meeting and they have to find another meeting time, and they come back. And these are executive level salaries, 10 hours of salary being paid for a 1-hour meeting, 10 executives, that we have to redo next week. That is a waste of time and money and resources that comes from an idea of being on time is essential. I have to coach sometimes executives, and they got very often, Marshall Goldsmith wrote a book called What Got You Here Won't Get You There. And very often they got to where they are because of the way they were. So this one particular executive had a very, very tough childhood. He was pretty much left to his own devices, so he grew up to be incredibly self-reliant. His mailbox prize was survival. And over again, he walked to the mailbox to pick up his prize of survival. So self-reliance is a good thing, you would think. But as an adult, when it comes to delegating, to consulting with his peers, to asking for help, this is getting him into some really difficult situations, not only for himself, but for his company, and causing costly mistakes. So the idea of self-reliance is in many cultures another absolute belief. This is a good thing. And asking for help. I mean, the joke used to be in it. We don't do it anymore because of GPS. But the joke used to be that men couldn't ask for directions. And this comes from a layered layered messaging that they get as boys. Boys don't cry, boys are tough, boys can do it, you have to rely on yourself. And all of that, I can't ask for directions. We also have a limiting belief, which is, I have to do it all, and I have to do more, I have to achieve more, and I have to do it faster. So I have a coachee who's a business owner, and he has partnerships and offices in 29 countries. And he's working under the dream spell of always wanting to do more, having more, going faster than ever before. And the prize is probably, once again, approval, societal approval. His coaching ask, however, was to grow his company sustainably and responsibly. So as we backed away from his regular mailbox prize, we asked some questions and integrated the answers, and we created new neurological pathways, which means he can now differentiate between speed and precipitation. So instead of entering 5 new countries this year, he's going to enter only 1 new country. And responsibility would mean not doing everything on his own, delegating people who could take over. What if he gets hit by a bus? Somebody needs to be able to be there so that his company can survive. So we named those people. That's how we walked away from his regular mailbox. There's one last one that I really want to talk about because a lot of women suffer under this, and it's the perfect mother, the motherhood complex. And the change that happens in a woman's body is both physical and psychological when a newborn baby comes into the world, and our self-identity goes through this huge change. And if you want to retain a sense of self under this cocktail of hormones that occurs at the time, and then you have the societal pressure to do it all, and sometimes the choice, very often in fact, the choice to pursue a career is looked at as, you know, you're looked at with judgment because you're choosing your career over your baby. So you must be a bad mother. And on the professional side, they're all thinking you're distracted, so you're not as able as you were before. And it can cause both guilt and shame on both ends. And the result is very often that we tone down our ambition. And research has shown that oxytocin, which is the hormone for bonding, the primary caregiver, even if it's a man, our brains literally adapt and create oxytocin even if you're not the mother. So whoever the primary caregiver is can do that. So that's okay. And I think this pattern being generated and repeated generation after generation is really, really keeping a lot of women stuck. And we're becoming martyrs to our motherhood, and it's called the motherhood complex. I'm not enough. I'm not enough. But when I get this one thing, I'll be enough. When I lose weight, when I get that car, when I get that house, it'll be enough. And there's a thought experiment by a modern Stoic called William Irvine. And he said, imagine that one day you woke up and everybody had disappeared from the face of the planet. No more people. The buildings and the cars still exist, but you're alone. What changes in how you would choose to do things? Would you wear the fancy clothes? Would you choose to go and live in the nicest house possible? Probably not. And most people answer probably not. Warren Buffett is a prime example of course, people haven't disappeared for him, but he can buy any house that he wants, but he still lives in the house he bought in 1954 for $30,000. So a lot of what we do is about how people will react, what people will think of us. And if we could step back from that, we might never wear another pair of stilettos, really. What if you were to say to yourself, you're just fine the way you are? What helpful new belief could you come up with if you didn't have to impress people? When you do the work with Katie Byron, she has just 4 questions that I'd like to end this talk on, which is it true? Can I absolutely know it's true? How do you react? What happens for you when you believe that thought? And who would you be without that thought? Thank you.
Oh, that was brilliant, Nandita. And I love Katie Byron's work. I think, yeah, those 4 questions, they're really transformative and really helpful when you're feeling a bit stuck to really flip the situation. So those are some brilliant questions to bring to our listeners' attention to go and look at if you've not checked it out. So thank you. And that was a really insightful insightful talk. And the one big takeaway from me, I think, is responsibility isn't doing everything on your own. I think we're brought up in a culture where to take responsibility means to go it alone, to be independent, and really there's no such thing. When you actually start breaking it down, there isn't a single thing or anything that we do throughout the day that hasn't at some point been dependent on someone else. So that's a really big thing for me, and thank you for breaking it down so logically for us. And yeah, I have a question. When you're coaching your clients and the executives, what's their biggest that from your perspective, what's their biggest stumbling block that kind of holds them back, or you find that they struggle with, if there's one common theme underlying it all?
I think the one common theme might be a sense of not enoughness. A sense of not enoughness, I think, is very, very pervasive in our culture today. And the way that plays out can be very different for different people. The way that they react to that can be very different for different people. So for somebody, it might be the house. For somebody else, it might be a job. But what often happens is whatever the shiny object is, once they get it, and I work with very successful people, once they get it, it's like, oh, I thought it would be enough, but it's not. And what do I do now? So maybe the idea that we try and get at is, and I don't prescribe this because each client is different and I don't actually give advice, I only ask questions, and I really do believe that people are sentient human beings and they're intelligent, they will find their own answers. But what if we could believe that what we have is just fine? What if the shift was that you are okay? What becomes possible for you if you think things are okay?
Thank you. That's an absolutely beautiful question. What becomes possible if you believe things are okay? Because with so much of all of this, it's not really about having the answers. It's about asking the right question. And I think that's a really beautiful question that we can each check in with ourselves when we're feeling a little bit stuck and feeling that sense. And I think that it's a very common thing to not feel you are enough or have enough. And always striving for more. So thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to get your perspective on all the intercultural aspects. So thank you so much for coming on this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world. This is a global 24-hour confluence. And if you are just joining us, you have come to Triple Ripples, courtesy of the Soulful Exploration, Many Heartbeats, One Rhythm. And so we've had some amazing speakers from different continents. I've been on for a couple of hours now and have speakers on 3 different continents, which is really exciting. I really enjoy getting all the different perspectives coming together with similar messages. It's really beautiful to see. So, and I am going to hand over to our next host of this session, Owen, who is all the way from Singapore. And yes, it's a beautiful soul. So really pleased to welcome him in, and you are in brilliant hands with this lovely man. So over to you, Owen, take it away.
Thank you, Luna. Thank you so much. We are close to the middle mark. I think we've got about 20 people, and I'm going to take the next 5 into the middle mark of this 24 hours confluence, reaching out over 18 countries, 6 continents, 51 speakers. And I'm beginning to notice one thing right now. You know, after 20 people, sharing from different areas, from medicine to wellness to anything that we can think of. Yeah, the saying that we are going by, this theme that we are saying is many heartbeats, one rhythm. But I'm beginning to see that it's many heartbeats, one rhythm, and one voice. It's as if every topic from every person is connected to one another in one way. You know, it's like a lot of the things that Nandita was talking about earlier on. I was sharing about having the ability to react versus respond, and a lot of what she's saying really touched me personally, because it's that space where we are aware of what's going on and how we are reacting to whatever is showing for us. So thank you for this, Luna, for taking care of the last 5 speakers so well. I was listening in the background. It was just amazing. Yeah. And I would like to also give a shout out to both Anu and DC from the Soulful Exploration. This whole event, the Confluence, the 24-hour event, is actually a brainchild of these two, and they've been on with the program since the very beginning. So it's been amazing, and thank you for taking this courageous leap forward. I believe their dream is to impact 1 million people by the year 2025, and we're just happy to be able to kickstart this and be part of this journey with you. So thank you, Anu and DC. Right, and our next speaker for today, we've covered, as we said, from the east to the west. We've done Australia, Singapore, Bangladesh, India, Middle East, and now we're into Europe proper. And our next guest is actually from Macedonia. It's one of the few countries that I've not visited in my life, but I really would love to see that one of these days. And I'm going to give this an attempt. She is Danica Ivanovska Lepojevic. I hope I got that right. She is an integral growth mentor and holistic birth and motherhood mentor in Macedonia. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, she's either the first or the only person in this area in Macedonia itself. So she's a pioneer for this. She guides multi-passionate individuals to overcome personal, professional, and spiritual challenges without giving away their power. Danica believes in highly personalized growth practice, mundane magic. I doubt any magic is mundane, but mundane magic, everyday spirituality, and merging ancient wisdom with urban living. That's something personal to my heart. Over her 20-year career, she integrates her vast knowledge, and this is really a very vast field of knowledge, from different disciplines, such as a psychologist, an integral yoga teacher, a doula, a breastfeeding counselor, a poet, and qualitative research specialist. It's like the whole spectrum. She's from one end to the other end. And she does this to provide a spherical approach to personal development. As added to this, one of her highly specialized passion projects is supporting pregnant women and new mothers to conquer emotional doubts, institutional obstacles, and social pressure. Gives me great joy and pleasure to welcome Danica to be with us now and to share with us her story, her message, and that is your growth path with Abhyasa and Vairagya. Take it away, Danica.
Thank you, Owen. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Just give me a second so I can see you. Okay. Yes, this is great, I think. Can you see me also? I have to check because I'm on my holiday in the hotel, just managed to enter the room.
We see you and we hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. Okay. No, that's not the case. So this is great, I think. Sorry for this. Okay, thank you. Thank you very, very, very much for this beautiful announcement. And now I'm even feeling even more obligated to deliver something of value. And thank you to point that out, that I'm the only doula in my country, yes, and a pioneer in that field of work, which is by another message that would be great to share, that there are still parts of the world where we can discuss topics even these days, when we think that everything is like, we know everything, internet is everywhere, and we can have every information on our hands, but it's not really like that. Everything that is valuable, everything that it's with some kind of message that can change lives is valuable to be repeated over and over again. So thank you for pointing that out. My topic for today, as you mentioned, is building a personal growth practice, having a yogic concept of Abhyasa and Vairagya on our mind. And I would like to start from the end, to try to reverse engineer the process. Because when we, today is very modern to talk about, I'm a psychologist primarily, so for me it's very interesting to see how the new concepts of thought are spreading around, and how the different things are combining, and how the ancient wisdom is transforming in something that is like modern knowledge today. But when we go a little bit back, and we want to, this is Vairagya, to be detachment, to have a little bit detachment from the object that we are perceiving. When we go a little bit back, a step back, then we can see that all of these concepts, no matter if they are ancient or a modern one, they have a couple of things in common, and they are very similar to the basic truths that they have in their foundation. So for me, the main thing when we discuss growth, when we discuss development of whatever kind, it's why are we doing this? Why do we want to grow? Why do we want to have some kind of everyday practice of methodology that we are going back to when we want to come in a deeper connection with ourselves? So, and when it's a spiritual or overall personal growth in question, then this why is becoming even more important, because we can state it a different reasons for why we want to work on ourselves, or improve ourselves, or improve our personality, or everyday living, well-being. But every time, if we want to go all the way, the answer would be, this is because I want to see the ultimate truth, because I want to have the realization of all of my potentials, because I want to see the world, myself and the world that I'm living in even more objectively. And every other personal, every other developmental goals are somehow born from this reason for working on ourselves. And when I work with my clients, I'm encouraging them to have this reason on their mind. Okay, you have come to me, or you have come to yoga, or to whatever practice that you have, because you want your life to be better, because you want to feel happier, because you want to be healthier. But in the end, all of these are just the tools on that way to our ultimate knowledge. There are many ways, there are many names for this concept, but let's stay to ultimate truth, because we can call that whatever is personally most dear to our heart. And when we have this idea as a guiding light on our path, then the next question that I would like to ask is, what is the person? This is very common coaching question in nowadays, but I would like to transform that a little bit more deeper and more complex. What type of person, what kind of person, what structure of personality do I have to have so I can gain that ultimate truth, so I can see that ultimate reality, so I can get together or connected to that nature, absolute, universal energy, however we call that. So what type of person should I become? And here I would like to introduce the concept of avatar, but not in the marketing mean of the concept of avatar. I'm not meaning I don't have ideal client on my mind, and also I don't have our that picture that we have on social medias that is representing us, but in the spiritual manner of the avatar concept, which would be the embodiment of the ultimate absolute in this world. So that perfect being that is here in this world to share the greatest knowledge, the greatest love, to help others, to take care of pain, suffering, oblivion, and lead other people on the way to better living, to love. I don't want to use a concept that can resonate in a different manner. So that's why I'm trying to be very careful with words. And when we have this type of being on our mind, I would like to ask, how can I become? And what is this avatar for me? What type of person should I be so I can call myself something near to that ultimate perfection in this world? This is a very tricky question for some of the people, because we very easily go into concept, into stereotypes. So if there is Buddha, there is Bodhisattva, there is Jesus Christ, and this other type of saints or knowledgeable person. But I would like to ask people to go deeper in their self, so go inward, because somewhere inside there is that ultimate truth lying in us. There is that holographic image, a structure of the universe that is part of us. And although it can be very, very deep in us, he's never totally asleep. And that part of us always knows the truth. And we can ask. We can ask, and we can gain some answer at one point. And then we can have that picture. And I would like, that can be a task from this session, just try to give your personal answer to this question. What type of traits you should have? What type of beliefs, opinions that person should have? How should I treat others? How should I treat myself? What would be my connection with the world, with the universe, with other human beings and everything on this planet? How should I act in everyday living? Or how should I adjust my behavior towards the universal laws? And when we get this answer, then we go even a little bit more back. Then we will try to see how can we translate this person in our everyday living. Because this person, this part of us, always knows, and it can always show us what is our role in this world. And when I say role, I don't mean meaning, and I don't mean purpose, which are the words that are very heavily used today. But there is one trick in these concepts. Meaning and purpose and similar concept to this are results of our mind, and they are changeable as our mind. And they are affected by our previous experience. They're affected by our social standards. And as such, they're they cannot endure time. But our role in this world that give us the opportunity to be that part, that perfect part, that is part of this universe runs smoothly. That is that position that I think that we should search for. And this is the position beyond our mind. But to get near to her or to understand her, we should go through our mind. And this is where our personal practice is entering our life, because our mind should become an instrument that is able to perceive, that is able to understand this type of truth. And according to yoga, and also according to positive psychology, according to positive intelligence, not psychology, and also many others spiritual concepts, spiritual disciplines, there are a couple of qualities that mind should have that can make him more tuned to receive this information, more tuned to receive this vibe. And every one of them, we can reduce them to Abhyasa and to Vairagya. This was my point, actually, because Abhyasa and Vairagya are typically yogic, theoretical yogic concept, and they're in the basic, in the fundament of the complete personal growth practice, spiritual practice. Even if we don't practice asanas, even if we don't practice pranayama, even if we don't practice anything that is doing on the mat, having Abhyasa and Vairagya on our mind can always keep us on the growing path. Always, because also yogic position, yogic breathing, morning routines, journaling, 5 tips to something, etc., they're only just tools. We are growing through our life every day, no matter if we are conscious of that or not. But having these tools on our hands can enhance our growth and make us go faster to that personal spiritual goal that we have. And if we have to use our mind as a tool, as a prism through which we can see the ultimate truth, then let's make this mind a little bit more refined and well-tuned. So these two qualities are connected to Abhyasa and Vairagya, very complicated words, but they have a very basic meanings. Abhyasa means persistent effort, and Vairagya means being detached from the results of our efforts and being detached from judging things like positive or negative. So this is the message, the complete message of practicing spiritual disciplines like yoga is in this case, can be most of the time reduced to this. Have practice that is consistent and that is persistent. When you choose something, do it on that pace that you have decided to do it. Not sometimes it's every day, and this would be great, but for some people, it's merely impossible to do that. But have an agreement with yourself and stick to that agreement. Be persistent in your effort, day by day. And then comes Vairagya. Then is, while we are traveling on this path, keep your mind, keep your distance from the positivity and negativity equal. That is very important, because we tend to judge things, to judge them as good for myself or bad to myself, having positive influence or negative influence to us. But the truth is, they're just events. They're just circumstances in our life, and we should go no matter what is happening to us. Okay, we should learn, we should understand, but we should not stop there, being poor or glorious or whatever. That things happened, I have my lessons, and now I'm persisting in my abhyasa, in my effort. So this is the some kind of path, but something that is like an obstacle when there is a person who wants to work on themselves is, how can I put all of this in a very practical system that I can stick to day by day. And some of the main reasons why people don't achieve permanent or long-lasting changes or even don't achieve changes and they give up for a short period of time is because they're just tending to buy something from somewhere. They're just taking, what is the term is, systems that are provenly working. Yes, they are working from someone, but it doesn't mean that they will work for you. So this is why I mentioned in my the excerpt from the presentation that this is why every person should go through their personal, objectively through their personal circumstances in their life. If I'm waking every morning at 5 o'clock, I am going to work for 10 hours. It's nearly impossible that I could have every single morning my yoga on the mat practice, my meditation technique every evening, etc., etc. Be very objective and don't judge yourself. Don't expect miracles in 5 days. The personal growth path is a path of persistence and it's a lifetime path. It's not something that is happening in 5 days or 5 months. No matter what is someone promising to you. We can achieve some changes in a short period of time, but they will not last. This is why people are finding themselves again on the same point or in the same situation that they cannot resolve differently. And when we are prepared like that, then we can adjust our circumstances day by day. Then we can choose technique and also theoretical concepts, not just technique, but also something that we will believe in, something that we will adjust to our complete behavior. And we will stick to them every day, but also we will have in mind how these techniques, how this concept are serving these two basic qualities of my mind, to become and to stay persistently with my effort, and also to become and to stay detached for what I'm achieving. And if this technique don't serve that, then they are not for you. Don't feel guilty because of that. You can just scratch from your list. And what I would like to finish, I think that my time is like here, something. When we approach like this to the techniques that are offered in the world, and there are so many different things now, then we can choose wisely. Then we are not overwhelmed. You know, the biggest, the wisest man, let them call like that, the biggest teacher in the history, they always, if you go through their personal story, we will see that most of them had 1, 2, 3 things that they were sticking to. When they were doing yoga and asanas, the one of the Matsyendra had only 5 asanas that he was practicing every day. And there is this saying in yoga, stick to one concept and all of them will come together at the end. So my point is, don't lose the main focus, the main goal, that ultimate truth that we want to achieve through our growth. And let that be our leading light, literally in every moment. Be aware, be conscious, question yourself, question things around you, question your doubt also, question what you achieve, your insights, try to resolve things and just move toward that toward that goal. And every other smaller goal are just part that will lead us to that ultimate truth, but only if we can align them with that goal. Okay.
Thank you so much for that, Danica.
Thank you, Owen.
What I'm getting, what I'm sensing is that there is so much nuggets there. There's so many things. So first thing I want to do is to remind people to log into triberipples.com and register so that you can actually watch this again, which I'm going to do. And there's so many nuggets that I need to pick. But if you have to choose just 2 key advice that you would want to share with everyone in the world right now, the 2 key things, the 2 main things that you want to share, what would that 2 things be?
Okay. Now, when you remind me about Tribe Ripples, I also want to say thank you to Anu and DC and to Soulful Exploration for this opportunity. This is really a wonderful place to be, and they are doing a great job. And also, my name is Danica, because we are.
Danica.
Yeah, my name would pronounce Danica Ivanovska-Lepojević. And about the having the world in mind. And two things. Can I be totally blunt with that? The first thing is literally question everything. Question everything. There is nothing as a personal experience, especially at this path. Have someone that can guide you, that you can consult with, but question everything and go and experience things, not just read, not just try things, but also experience them, not for 2 days, but give them some time to actually do the work. And the second one, the second one would be that ultimate truth. I would really, really love not to forget that, because we are all about, oh, I want to feel better in my body. Oh, I want to have calmer mind. I want to have better relationship with my husband. Yes, great, but there is something that is off, that has been off very deep inside. And this is why we are having this type of problems in our everyday practical living. And when we have that ultimate truth on our mind, for me, everything is about growing to that goal, then we can really make a change, not for today, not for this relationship, but really make a change in ourselves. Yes.
That's beautiful. That's so nice. Because I believe that this idea of having that ultimate truth, you also mentioned something about not judging what's positive and what's growth oriented and what's not. And one of the concepts that in my meditation, we talk about is that even when it seems like we are hitting something negative, when we are hitting a roadblock, something that is painful, it's not something that is bad, because in that pain, there is an opportunity for correction. And actually, pain points are growth points too. So it was a very good reminder from you for that.
Yeah, I have a conversation with my daughter. She's 8.5. A couple of days ago, her tooth was aching, and she was like, it's painful. And then I explained to her that pain, if we don't have pain, we could actually die in very short time, because pain is pointing out where the problem is. And it's reminding us to react, not just to live with the problem, but it's like poking us. I'm paining you. I'm just to do the job, do something, go there. So it's really great. But we should realize should remind ourselves on that aspect. Yes.
Yes. So thank you so much. I know that you are traveling and you're just moving from one place to another. So really grateful that you found the connection, the Wi-Fi to lock on with us, to spend this time with us, and to share this wisdom that is so helpful for all of us. So thank you so much, Danica. Thank you.
Thank you, Olena. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah. And I like to also just give an acknowledgement to how amazing the journey has been for me, because what is happening with all the speakers is that we're slowly moving from the east to the west. Yeah, and every one of the speaker is actually presenting their sharing, their wisdom, their experiences. Wherever they are, they're presenting that during sun up time, during the daytime. And it allows us to actually reach out to the best, to the most number of people that is following the speakers. Still, I encourage you to just log on to triberipples.com and avail yourself to those people who may have been speaking way earlier when you were still asleep, and some that is going to come right after all this when you go to bed, because I've seen some very interesting profiles out there. I am going strong so far, and I really want to catch every one of the speakers. We'll see what happens in in a few hours, but it has been so amazing for me to actually have this opportunity to share space with people like Danitza and with Monique coming up. But it is such an honor. So thank you for the soulful exploration to Anu and DC, and for everyone holding space for this opportunity to raise consciousness. Right. So the next person that's going to join us, we're going to move from Macedonia to Germany, and she's an international speaker as well as a business mentor. And in a short while, when you see this, you're going to see the lovely background that she's got on. So it's amazing, beautiful sunrise there. And her name, again, I hope I'm not getting the same problem. I know I got Monique correct, but I guess it's Monique Bloxel.
Perfect. Couldn't have said it any better, Owen.
Thank you. And she's going to share with us the power of your voice to make massive impact. Monique is an award-winning international speaker. She's also a business mentor for visionary entrepreneurs who wants to boost their visibility, scale their businesses, and impact the world. Combining her passion for business with her love for speaking, she helps visionaries use their voice. I think I could use some coaching there. Use their voice as a golden key to success. Her mantra is speak up, scale up, impact the world. Monique has won the public speaking Toastmasters competition, and I can tell you that this is a really prestigious award. She's won the public speaking Toastmasters competition in Europe, not once, but twice. Yeah. And she has shared stages with some of the top entrepreneurs in the world, like Gary Vaynerchuk. She's shared the stage with political leaders such as former US Foreign Minister John Kerry, as well as the first European Council President, Herman van Rompuy. And I'm sure many, many others. So it's actually my honor to share this space with you right now, Monique. Welcome to Many Heartbeats, one rhythm. It's getting to me. I may not last the 24 hours. Welcome, Monique.
Thank you, Owen. Oh my God. I'm so excited to be here with you. And the honor is all mine. And I know in DC, you and your team, you are making the impossible possible. You bring the whole world together. And I can tell you already that, yes, it might be many heartbeats, but I feel like we are really all beating in one rhythm. And, your mission and this confluence here is just so going hand in hand with my mission. Because in the end, I believe that if we come together and we give space to people, and you give space to more than 50 speakers today to express themselves, and through this amazing confluence, we kind of really inspire and empower so many others so that our hearts can really beat in one rhythm. So it's really, really an honor to be here with you. So why don't I start speaking about why am I so passionate about how you, Owen, you, Anu, UDC, and every one of us uses our own voice to make a massive impact. Well, let me take you back a few years, only 1 or 2, when I was 8 years old. I remember I came home from school and I was so excited. I learned something new and I felt like I was such a smart girl. And with excitement, I'm running into the kitchen and I say to my dad, "Oh, Dad," and I share something that I learned that day. And all he says to me in that moment is, "Monique, you have to become as old as I am to understand the world." And what I hear is, well, no matter how smart I am, my voice does not matter. And I had that experience many times in my life. Like, my biggest dream when I grew up was I wanted to be a teacher. I never wanted to be a princess or a queen or anything else. I always wanted to be a teacher. At the age of 14, I was going to a voice test. And guess what? I failed. And I got the message, your voice is not strong enough to be a teacher. In that moment, my world crushed. I had had no plan B. I didn't know anymore what to do with my life in that moment. Guess what? A couple of years forward, I haven't become a teacher, but in a way, I have. And I have touched millions of lives between then and now. And I've built a very successful business, and I've been a paid speaker for more than 20 years. And I spoke, to so many audiences, from 10 people to thousands of people in incredible places like the European Parliament in Brussels and the United Nations building in New York, and in a German stadium and everywhere in between. And I do know and believe that since that day when my father was saying to me, Monique, come as old as I am, then you understand the world, and only then you have something to say. I've been on a quest, not only for myself to really, connect with my inner voice that told me, Monique, you have a voice, you have something to say. But really, over the years, not only have I become a very successful speaker and I built a business and run stages for other people to really also, like what Anu and DC are doing today, to really show people and prove to people and give them a space to express themselves. Again, I believe everyone, you and you, Anu, UDC, and every one of our speakers and everyone that is with us today has a powerful voice worth spreading to millions. Because when we do, imagine each of us takes just one of the things, one of our talents or skills or knowledge or experiences, and we don't only share it with 1 or 2 people, not only with 10, not only with 100, but with thousands and millions. We will ignite so many hearts and we'll make a massive impact together. The thing is, a lot of people come to me and say, well, Monique, how do I do it? How do I start? I'm not a speaker. I don't even know if I have something to say. I don't even know, even if I would speak, anyone would care. Could I make a difference? And I just see so many people struggle with that. They don't trust their voice. They don't trust they have something powerful to say. They really don't feel like they have a clear message or story or speech, right? They feel like, they don't have a speech to share. They struggle with getting out there. They struggle with getting booked to speak. They struggle with positioning themselves as an outstanding thought leader, to trigger interest, to attract clients, to build a business, and to really live a life they love. And that is why we have built what we call the Voice to Millions blueprint. And I thought that on this session today, why don't I share some of the first steps for everyone that is with us that you can take, no matter if you're starting out or if you're already an established speaker and you really want to make a bigger and more massive impact. Why don't we go through some of these steps right here, right now? Would you like that? Yes? Okay, for me, the first thing always starts with, asking yourself, what do you want? What do you have? What impact do you want to make? And the very first step really is getting clear on what is your story and what is your message. And I believe that there's I call it the 3C, the 3C benefit of having a clear story and having a clear message. Because I believe that when you have a clear story and message, in the first place, this clarity makes all the difference. And I can tell you, one of my clients I've worked with, right? I mean, she was building a business and she called it at the beginning, Strive and Thrive. But what does that mean? Well, it might speak to some people that want to strive and thrive, but again, she was one of many. So many people I speak to and I ask them, what do you speak about? They say, I speak about leadership, or I'm a life coach, or whatever else. The thing is, there's a gazillion leadership coaches and there's a gazillion life coaches and brand coaches and everything else. But if you think about it, you are one on this planet. You're only, you're unique. You have something no one else has. So you have a story no one else has, and you have a message no one else has. And you want to actually get clear on what is that story and message. So that client of mine, once she got clear that she had built a successful business, then she lost her mom to cancer. Then she almost died because of cancer. She realized that she is actually a cancer coach. Well, how many cancer coaches do you know? How many people do you know? They help people go through cancer in the best way possible, and to come out on the other side healthy and stronger than ever before. How many people do you know that do that? Not many, right? That makes her unique. So once she got that clarity, everything fell into place for her. Okay, she knew how to communicate, she knew how to build a business around it, and today she's doing that in a very successful way. So it's all about clarity. The second C stands for connection. If you're clear on what is your unique story and message, and you're brave enough to share that story and message, again, people connect with you from heart to heart. And only when we connect from heart to heart, we feel each other, yes? And only when we feel each other, we open up to each other. And only when we open up to each other, we can, again, allow our hearts to beat in one rhythm, yes? So I had this one client, and we really got her to go deep with her story. And at the beginning, she struggled and she thought like, this is so hard and challenging. But then she really went deep and she got out what is her story. And she was in a client conversation with a potential client, and she said, oh, I think I'm going to lose this client. He doesn't want to work with me. And we recommended her, say, be brave, share your story with him. She did. He signed a contract right away. And it's not always business related, right? It's not only about making money, although yes, we should be paid what we deserve. But again, when we open our heart and we share our story, we make people see that we are the one for them, right? So that's the second C. The third C again stands for competition, which means that when you're clear on your message and story, you don't compete anymore. You don't need to compete anymore because you are the number one, okay? As I said, there's only one person that can tell your story and share your message in your way. So again, meaning that, like, I had another client and she said, well, Monique, I'd like to actually help women and empower women. And at the same time, I run a very successful property business. And I want to help women become financially free. And she said, I don't know which one to choose. Should I build a speaking business around empowering women, or should I build a speaking business around how to invest in property? And I said, well, the combination of both makes you stand out. There's a lot of women empowerment coaches and mentors. There's a lot of people that train you on investing in property. There's no one I know that can actually teach women how to invest in property the female way. So the combination of your knowledge and wisdom makes you stand out, and you don't compete anymore. You become the number one. And guess what? Once she got clear, she ran workshops, she built a tribe, she got invited by a really successful property investment person to write a chapter on her book. She boosted her visibility this way very fast, right? And again, it's these three C's. When you have your story and message clear, this clarity really makes it very clear how to communicate, and what to do and how to build your business successfully around it. It connects with others from heart to heart, and you don't need to compete anymore because you are the number one. The number one choice for your clients, the number one choice for event organizers. So that is the very first step. So now I'm challenging you, and I ask you, do you have your story clear? Do you have your message clear so that people really feel attracted? You become like a magnet to your best clients and to people? Well, if not, maybe that's what we want to go into in a deeper way, right? So the first one is really get your story and message clear, which is like a magic band for many people. The next step is really get clear on your audience, okay? Know who needs to hear that story and message, right? Because again, maybe a story from my own experience is like, I have a client and recently she actually went and she spoke to like university lecturers on how to use the power of your voice and how do you speak with impact. And she didn't get very good feedback, and she started to doubt. She said, oh my God, I'm not a good speaker. What I know is not really relevant to others. Well, no, it's not true. She just spoke to wrong people. Because she is someone that is experienced in the financial world. She had been dealing with, with financial advisors and executives in the past. And just recently, she gave an executive training and she trained the same thing to this audience. And they loved her and they raved about her. Again, if you speak to the right audience, you will be appreciated, right? And, again, it's really the right audience. So ask yourself, who are the people that need to hear what you want to speak about, what your topic and message is? Who are the people that need to hear that most, or keen to hear it and are willing to pay you good money to hear it, right? So that's the audience. The third question you want to ask yourself is, how do you create now you're clear on your message, you're clear on your story, you know your topic, and you know who the right audience is. Now it's time for you to craft a speech that's worth spreading to millions. Okay, and again, that is challenging for a lot of people. So how do you craft a speech? And I always talk about the 3T in this case. You want your speech to be thought-provoking and touching and transformational. Okay, don't just, a lot of speakers make that mistake. They just pick up hints and quotes and stories from other speakers. Don't. Find everything yourself. Share your own experience, and don't be hesitant to really, share something that's thought-provoking. Change people's perspectives. And that's what every speaker here on the conference in some way is doing, right? We're all going to give some little golden nuggets and hints on how to see the world in a little bit of a different way. So we can ignite the excellence within each of us and live a better life and make a bigger impact together, right? So again, and also touching, share your story in a way that you speak from your heart, okay? Make people feel something, not only think in a different way, make them feel something differently, because only when we have differently, when we think differently, we do things differently, which gives us different experiences, makes us feel in a different way, makes us do more of what works, and then we get the results we want, and we make an impact together, right? So again, create a speech that's touching and that's triggering emotions, because that is how you get people to take a different action. The third T is transformational. You want to make sure that really with what you say, people start taking a different action. So you have a different experience, feel something different, get different results. So they think differently, and then it becomes an upward spiral, right? So again, craft a speech that's memorable. So craft a speech that is thought-provoking, touching, and transformational. Okay, so that was step number 3, right? And let me check, right? What were the steps so far? The first one was get your message and story clear. The second one was get clear on your audience. The third, start crafting a speech worth spreading to millions. Step number 4 pretty much is, well, now, of course, you have an amazing speech. You want to give it, right? You want to share it with people. So what is the right stage? And I do know that, before the pandemic hit all of us, I was even, in 2019, I was still creating events all over the globe, right? Several in London, several in Paris, in New York, in Vienna, and so on, where we had people speaking to share their voice in a greater way. Well, and then Corona hit. And for a lot of my clients and my speaker friends, their business came to a screeching halt. Do you know some people? They were really struggling at that time. I think we all do. But speaking, to be honest, has taken an entirely different dimension. Where, again, like what DC and Anu are doing right now, you're creating new ways of new stages for amazing people. So there's at least 20, 30 different opportunities of how today you can speak online at these kind of conferences, at summits, at podcasts, at webinars, and all kinds of different other ways. Okay, the question is, don't go anywhere. A lot of people at the beginning, they just speak wherever they're invited. You don't want to do that. You want to speak at a right stage to get in touch with the right audience, so that, again, you connect with them from heart to heart and you make a bigger impact, right? And then again, a lot of people say, well, I know all that, you know, I have it already. I have my speech and I know where I want to speak, but how do I get booked? How do I get booked, right? On all these prestigious stages. And again, there's a whole process around that, okay? You want to find ways on how to boost your visibility as a thought leader, as an outstanding speaker. You want to start getting awareness, right? You don't want to run after event organizers. You want them to come to you and knock on your door. So you need to find ways of how to get booked on prestigious stages and how to boost your visibility as a speaker. And then again, once you are getting booked, here's one thing a lot of people do. They go and speak everywhere for free. And yes, you can do that. It's very honorable. But if you really want to make an impact and you want to build a lifestyle business around your speaking and message, you should be paid. You only spent decades of your life to learn what you learned that you're sharing generously with the world right now. So again, you want to build a bridge from free to paid speaking. And again, there's a whole process around that of how you make that happen. And the last point is really, once you are getting paid either directly or indirectly as a speaker, you don't only want to inspire people. You don't only want to ignite them during the half an hour or an hour that you're on stage. What you want to do is you want to actually take them by the hand and not only ignite or inspire them, but guide them through the process of from where they are to where they want to be. A great friend of mine, also like a world championship winner of public speaking, he said to me, Monique, we don't create speeches, we create a process to get people from where they are to where they want to be. And we make that process the speech. But it's not only about speaking, it's really about creating a business and packaging what you know into speeches, products and services, so you can work with people over a longer period of time to really show them what's possible, to get them through the experience and guide them step by step. That's what we do as well, you know, so people gain more self-confidence and step up in a greater way, and they really make a more massive impact on people's lives. So ask yourself, where are you right now on their journey? And it doesn't matter where you are, just take that next step. Ask yourself, you know, if you're not a speaker, but, you know, ask yourself, well, I like to share my voice and use the power of my voice to grow my business or make a bigger impact. Where can you start? Well, maybe your first step is get clear on your story and message. Or you already are a speaker, ask yourself, so what are the next prestigious stages where I would speak and how can I make sure I get booked there? Or if you are speaking for free, maybe you want to build a bridge from free to paid speaking. Or if you're a great speaker, do you have actually a solid business structure? Okay, do you have a solid business structure to really turn your message into a bridge to get people to where they are? So, you know, again, we, of course, I know you're going to share also on your amazing website some tools and resources. So we also run like a, you know, we also have like a speaking business building checklist that we're going to make visible there, right? And all of you can also connect with me on LinkedIn and with all of us in this tribe, in this community. But just ask yourself, where are you right now with your speaking, with you using the power of your voice to make a massive impact? And where do you want to go next? And then let us know. We are here to support you and guide you. So again, but for now, I'm just saying, back to Owen and, you know, to Anu and DC, and Jana is waiting and coming up. I know another amazing session coming up, but there might be additional questions that Owen or others might want to ask me. So again, this is amazing, Anu, and I congratulate you and DC on having put this conference together and really gathered this amazing tribe of speakers, and everyone that is watching this right here, right now. We honor you because you take the time today to use your voice to make a bigger impact. So back to you, Owen.
Thank you, Monique. Thank you so much.
I always say, never forget to speak up, scale up, make a bigger impact, because you can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I've got a question. Yeah, especially in these times when it is very challenging, and I really enjoy the fact that a lot of the presentation, the tips that you've been giving, is for people who are thinking of or who are already in the process of speaking as a career or a calling or as an option to present themselves. But I know that a lot of some of my friends who are business owners, entrepreneurs, and they have businesses of their own.
Yes.
In this challenging time, it's really difficult for them to rally the troops, so to speak, to get everybody together, to get everyone to actually perform at a level that is not just the same, but even higher than before, because that's the effort needed to actually overcome the crisis that they are at right now. So what would you tell the entrepreneurs like this, leaders like this, who have they're leading the business? What should they do?
Yeah, I love it. What a powerful question, Owen. Thank you. I heard you say several times, it's a challenging time. I can tell you, my dear friends, challenges, yes. But when we are facing challenges, it's the greatest moment to turn the challenges into a chance and to turn obstacles into an opportunity. Now more than ever, we are needed as leaders. We are needed, no matter if you're like a team leader in a business, or even if you're not even a team leader, but an expert in a business. We need to hold the torch. We need to be beacons of hope for the people that are showered with all these negative news, right? Just this morning on the German TV, I saw everyone is talking about the fourth wave of Corona, again, spreading fear. We know what's happening in Kabul, and it's breaking my heart. And still, now more than ever, I think, again, a friend of mine is saying, we as speakers and leaders, we don't only have the opportunity, we have the responsibility to share our voice, and to share our voice as a path of hope and light. And I believe that, honestly, also, Owen, yes, we are business leaders. I'm a business owner. I run a very successful business. I have a team all over the world. Is it easy times? No, it's not, but it's the greatest times for us to stand up right now. And I believe that, again, now more than ever, if we don't raise our voice right now, and I have, honestly, the first 5 years of me running my business, every year I doubled my income. Why? Because of speaking. I was out there. I was sharing what I had to say, okay? And again, if you asked Anita the powerful questions, what are 2 things that summarize everything you said? The first thing I would say to summarize what I said is, know you have a voice. Second, know your voice is needed now more than ever. I am here, we are all here to help you find and clarify and dig deep into your story, into your message. And we help you to turn it into a token of light for everyone right now that is confused, that is fearful, that lost their job, that maybe got bankrupt with their business, because a lot of people do right now, okay? We need to show them the way that this is not the end. This is just a beautiful, new, powerful beginning.
Yes.
So again, that's what I would answer to your question, Owen.
Oh, that's so amazing. That's powerful. That's powerful. And I would tell everyone that, you need to just log in again, just to make sure that you get a chance to re-listen to everything that Monique has just shared with us. And please get in touch with her, join her at her LinkedIn profile. I'm going to mine her later on for some information, for some tips, so that it actually helps me with my work. We still have 3 minutes. Anu, do you have any questions for Monique before we move on?
Well, thank you, Monique. Every time I hear you, every time I watch you, it is a wealth of information. Beyond just information, there is an inspiration. You managed to just nudge me in the most powerful way. I've been listening to this woman, I don't know for how long. I've known you forever, okay? You're just so brilliant. And she will set the stage on fire. I can vouch for that. She's just brilliant. So yes, and Owen already, I guess, covered that question. But if you had one message, just one message, forget the takeaways, forget everything. If people were to just log in and think, oh, Monique's on stage, I just missed. in the next 2 minutes, what would you tell people? Like now, what is it that they should do? What is it that they should be? What is the next thing?
Okay, so okay, you know what? Here's one thing, and maybe I can share with you a metaphor. I have this beautiful, beautiful book, and it's called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. And it's just like a little picture and one sentence every time, every page. So before I go to sleep, I always open the book and I say, what is that sentence that is my inspiration going into the night with and for tomorrow? And there's one little picture, and you know, there's like the fox saying to his 3 friends, to be honest, and I'm sorry that often I'm silent, because to be honest, often I don't even know what to say. And the answer of the friends is, the most powerful message is honesty. So what I suggest again is right now, even if you feel there's nothing you have to say, just be honest to yourself. What is going through your mind and heart right now? Share that with the world. Write a post, get onto amazing online conferences or summits like Anu's in DC's. Share it with the world. It's, as I always say, it's one conversation. You speak to one person, one group, one nation at a time. I didn't mention that I was actually on the streets in Eastern Germany to make the wall come down in '89. Okay, I was there, and it was another way when I realized that yes, my voice matters. Was I the only one being on the street? No, but if I wouldn't have been there and everyone else wouldn't, Germany might never have been reunited. I believe boundaries are all in our own head. It's one person, one conversation, one group, one nation at a time where we change things. So let's just be honest and speak what's in our mind and heart.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, that is so powerful, Monique. All we have to do is speak our truth and our honesty.
Yes.
We've been doing this a lot, but there's a shortcut version that we do here in East Asia, which is just this.
Oh, this one. Oh, this? Like this? Oh,
Yeah.
I need to practice. Okay. Like this? Okay. Wow. This is powerful. I love that. We learn something new every day. And I want to give the space now to Jana, because again, a lot new to learn, right?
Owen, this is
Yes.
this is something like an emoji, small emoji kind of.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Thank you so much. And we are still staying in Germany right now, so not much change in time frame. So it's about what, 12:30 right now, beautiful afternoon, and it's perfect time to log in because everyone is coming in at the daytime. So it's kind of like lunchtime now for everyone. Just tune in to triberipples.com and you're going to be able to log into all the talks. And this next person coming up is somebody that I've shared space with online for a couple of times, and she just inspires me to always come back to my center, to my space. And this is Jana Siedenhans. She's a mindset and personality developer. And the topic that she'll be sharing with us today is how Ikigai and identity, these two things, unlock purpose and positivity in life. So I'm just going to read out the little bit of a bio on her. Jana has shaped out her purpose on a vivid journey. And this is a very interesting journey for her. After years of seeking for this vivid journey, she quit her career in the corporate world, very brave. And she even moved to Australia, right? This gave her an experience with valuable lessons. Not having shaped out her true self, the new life collapsed. Within these fragments was where she finally discovered her true identity. So just as we were saying just now, in all the challenges and crises, that's where the bud grows. Tapping into consciousness about herself became her key to transform concerns into clarity and confidence. As founder of the Mindset Maintenance online community and as a consciousness coach, she empowers people to create life self-determined, meaningful, and confident. She believes that thus we become our best self and live our best life. I'm so honored to welcome and share this space with Yana. Take it away. This is your moment now.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you so much. This was a beautiful introduction, and I'm really also very touched that it is you who introduces me, because there is a lot of, let's say, things in common, and you're also part of me getting back into balance many, many times in my life. So thank you for that. So I would say that's the first thing that we kind of share here with all the people, is that finding your balance doesn't mean that you're always in there. So we always can get out of balance again, but having the right connections in our lives really make the difference to get back into balance. But that is not what I want to talk about today. Monique really set the stage on fire, and there is a huge level of quality that has already been on this stage. So let me see what I can do and how good am I to go through those steps that you have been talking about. What is the message that I want to share with you today? Actually, it is my mess that I make my message here today. And it's that thing that comes from the heart, that is touching me, that might touch some of you out there as well. Because my message is, when you fail to find yourself, you find yourself failing. Identity is such an important aspect of unfolding a life that is truly meaningful to us and also full of confidence, that we might underestimate sometimes. And I want to share just my experience around that. As Owen already said, it took me many years to find out what is mine to share, what is mine to bring to the world, right? So it was a lot of seeking and try and error, and I kind of knew it was about people and communication, but I didn't have it clear. So my journey for many, many years was a journey that was more coming from moving away from something instead of steering towards something. And it was a long journey, and as Owen already said, I quit after a while in the corporate world, but the first step on the journey of away from towards to came before that. I made a journey in 2016, 3 months on my own, traveling, exploring myself, where I really for the first time found aspects of myself that I've never been facing before, or that I never have met before actually. And from there and after that, the first thing that changed inside of me was I didn't have this feeling anymore that I don't fit with this company that I was working for, but that the company was not fitting with me. And that was a huge shift. That was the first huge shift. And it's totally okay to get that awareness, because we all have a sense for belonging, right? We all want to belong. And so it's naturally for us to try to belong to the tribe and the group that we kind of got into, let's say it like that. But please don't feel ashamed to see that it's not yours to climb the tree when you get aware that you're a fish. So this is really, really huge. That was the first step for me that made me in the end brave enough to quit in the corporate world and to go to Australia. But honestly, I haven't been there enough at that time, because what I did was, instead of taking the time to find out in a clear way what makes me me, what is of importance for me in life to unfold, was going to Australia, organizing everything in the, let's say, external world that had to be organized to go there, and to manage, let's say, a move into a different country in the expectation that there I will find a new life. The next insight or the next experience is, of course, no matter where you move, you take yourself with you. So you don't leave an old self behind. But when you're not clear on who you are at that point, you go into a new country and you're still not there, having tapped into your inner compass. So what happened there to me actually was things turned out differently than from I imagined them to be in the external world. And so I didn't find stability that helped me to push through, that helped me to develop something new in that new world. And that aspect of life, I would say, or that life failed, or that, let's say, that phase in life failed. So I was there, then going back to Germany, having quit my old ego, my old identity in the company, not having figured out my new. And what I got aware of, and that already started in Australia, was there is huge anxiety if you do not know who you are. And it totally makes sense, right? Imagine if you are lost in the external world somewhere and you don't know the direction, you get concerned or even anxious until you have your direction again. If you are not aware inside of you who you are, you don't have direction as well. And so if the external world is full of, let's say, overwhelm, and the internal world isn't clear as well, that's where anxiety comes up from, and that's where you lack stability. So all these things happened to me, and I'm very honest here to say that. And it took me quite a while to get over the silence around it, maybe. But in the end, it turned out to be some of the most valuable, important lessons of my life, because when things fall apart, there is so much chance to look beyond the bricks and pieces, and where you see the things glowing that are truly about you and yourself. So despite everything being very difficult in times, there still were things telling me, don't go back to a life that has been the way it was before. So there were these aspects inside of myself telling me what is mine to go forward to. But I wasn't too clear at that stage on these things as well. And that's where actually Ikigai came into my life. And now we get into this interesting topic of Ikigai. Many people talking about it currently. And there's also a discussion about the Eastern Ikigai, or the original Ikigai and the non-original Ikigai, or people that are really capable of Ikigai saying that the Western version is not Ikigai. I won't fire up that discussion here. What I want to share with you is that both of these concepts, or both of this idea, make a significant difference on getting to know yourself, to meet yourself, and to understand who you are and how to unfold a life that is meaningful to you and coming from confidence. Let's first quickly look into the Eastern version of the Ikigai. Ikigai comes from Japan originally, and I don't want to go too deeply into everything around it, because there are people that are even way more capable of that. But Ikigai means, in the end, something different from happiness. Ikigai is a source of contentment and your trust in life. In Germany, we have a very beautiful word that is called Urvertrauen, but that is not a word known in the English-speaking countries. So as best as I can get there is that knowing your sources for Ikigai and cultivating them means you on your own, from out of your own power, are able to unfold a feeling of basic trust in life and a so-called bright future, even through difficult times. And that's what I missed in Australia. I didn't have the confidence that things will work out. I didn't have the feeling and the underlying conviction that it will all be good in the end. Understanding the sources of Ikigai made such a huge difference to me, because the sources of Ikigai come from something that is strongly connected to your core values. For many people, it can be family, for example. So you're getting this feeling of conviction of what is worth going up for in the morning from your family. This feeling of things work out well when you're together with your family, your partner, maybe your children. That's when family is one of your core values. But it's not necessarily said that family is one of your core values. And it doesn't have to be, that's totally fine, right? So then, if something else like freedom, for example, is one of your core values, the source for Ikigai, you find it in a very, very different space or in something really, really different. You might find it in traveling. It's this underlying feeling of a calmness, this feeling of understanding of the beauty and the meaning of the world, right? And this feeling that unfolds within you in a soft but still strong way. It feels like soul food, actually. I, for the first time, experienced it in that intensity in New Zealand. And with knowing about the Eastern Ikigai, I understood that it is tremendously important to know and understand your core values, because then you find the sources for this Ikigai feeling in life. Then you can spot them, then you can find them. If you look into your life and find sources of strong contentment or situations where you have been in this strong contentment, it is different from happiness, right? Because happiness is not bound to, let's say, self-worth. You can be happy even in times when you don't feel a lot of self-worth. But Ikigai, if you unfold the sources of Ikigai in your life, you understand that you cultivate the things in your life that are important for you connected to life. And that, as I said, can be traveling for people who like freedom, for people who have, let's say, knowledge or wisdom as core value. Unfolding lots of reading, unfolding lots of listening to audiobooks gives them an underlying feeling of Ikigai. So I don't want to dive too deep into it right here, right now, because this is a huge topic and we cover it in the Mindset Maintenance community with a session that is more than 45 minutes, and from there work on. But what I want to share is what I missed in Australia was sources of Ikigai that I didn't unfold in my life. And so I couldn't give myself confidence to work through difficult times. The second aspect is the westernized version of the Ikigai, where so many people, and I know, I'm sorry, it's not Ikigai. I clarify that here for the people that are strongly in the original version of the Ikigai. It's not said to be Ikigai. I still will call it like this here because it's for very, very important questions that have to do with work life, or let's say the work and the art you want to unfold in this life. 4 questions. What are you good at? What do you love? What does the world need from you? And what can you be paid for? Or how does the world, let's say, pay you for? It doesn't have to be in terms of money. Depends on what is important for you as well, right? So these 4 questions give you a huge clarity, or at least the process in answering those questions give you the biggest clarity on what to go for in your work life or to unfold in your meaningful way of serving in life. And I do those 4 questions, and I do an exercise with the people that I work with as a coach a lot of times, because when you're not clear around those questions, just a second. My voice broke. So when you're not clear around those answers, you don't know what to unfold in your life. But, for example, if your company knows what you're good at and what the company wants from you, they will definitely steer those topics to you. But what are you going to do if you don't like those topics? You might be good in them, but you don't like them. Then you end up in a work life that is not yours to take as well, right? And that is a place where I have worked with a lot of my clients that feel anxious and not confident in their work life anymore and want to change jobs because they're not aware of what to keep in mind when to unfold work life. So there is this balance out of these 4 that needs to be a balance in the things that you bring to this world for serving. And as I say, it can be your work life. It can also be, if it's not about work for you, then how you can unfold that in your family, then how you can unfold that best in the way you serve in other organizations. But having the clarity on those 4 and working for that clarity makes the biggest difference on your internal compass to unfold life from your inner direction. And I also missed that let's say, tool when I was in Australia, because I kind of had this feeling of, I know what I'm good at or what I like, but is that what the world needs from me or not? And so there was a huge mixture of insecurity and not having met my identity or having found my identity at that time, which made things fall apart. And now I know that working with both those tools, having them in your life, having the clarity on these answers, will make the biggest difference for you to unfold your life, especially in times when things get tough. Because it's always easy to sail on a smooth sea, right? When there's the sun and when there's no wind and no waves. You can even sail comfortably on that sea if you don't have a direction. But when your life and when the sea gets tough and when you start drifting and you feel that you start drifting and you don't know how to set the course and you don't know how to connect with your compass, then that's where anxiety comes up and that's where you fail. And that is an aspect where so many people who have a calling, who know they want to make a difference and want to bring a meaning to this world, make a difference, get lost on the way because of the disconnection to the inner compass and the disconnection to the sources that make them feel confident even in tough times. And this is what I am now bringing to the world with the Mindset Maintenance community, meanwhile, where I'm so happy to say that Owen is a wonderful part of. I'm really so proud of that, because what we do is support people on creating a confident life or a meaningful life from confidence. And we are a community that empowers each other to push through these times and to find, first of all, your Ikigai aspects and to meet yourself and your identity. This is as far as it gets for here now. What I would love to share with you is my acronym of identity, so that you can see whether it resonates with you or not. Because to me, identity has some aspects that are very important. The I stands for intuition. Follow this inner voice, and your intuition is always faster than your mind. If you get aware of that, and if you let that sit with you, you get aware that there's sometimes a voice or a word that is much faster than anything else. Follow your intuition. The D stands for the difference that is yours to make. Find out about the difference that is yours to make in this world. The E stands for ego. Know your ego. And there is a lot of discussion around ego. Yes, no, get rid of it. The truth is, we all have an ego, and the acceptance for it is the first step to dissolve it or move away from it, because you can't leave a place that you haven't reached, right? You can't shortcut to get from somewhere away that you haven't been. The N stands for nature. Connection to nature is the most important thing to always get back into your balance. And that means nature outside of us, Mother Earth, and the nature inside of you. T stands for the tribe. Nurture and be grateful for your tribe. Can be a family, can be different people, but the tribe are part of your identity. Get aware of them. You are the average of the 5 people that are around you. Are they in line with who you truly are? If not, nurture the tribe that is in line with your identity. The next E stands for integrity. Walk your talk. It is so easy to get lost out there and to act not aligned with our values or with our needs, and we hurt our identity with that. And then we start suffering from there. Many people out there that know this kind of suffering. The next T is trust. Trust in your inner voice. It's okay to not have the same opinion like the mass has. This inner voice has a strong connection to you. And don't think you're crazy. Believe in it. It's yours. And the Y is, in the end, I didn't find a word, let's say a word for it that starts with a Y, but I would take the word Y in itself for the question, what is your conviction? What do you believe in? So this is my acronym for identity that I wanted to share at this point here. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for being here. And we're going to have an identity challenge with Ikigai from the Mindset Maintenance community very soon, starting in September. And I invite everybody to join in there. And I didn't talk with Anu and DC about it here, but I heard that Monique is also offering some of her tools via the Soulful Exploration. And I hope we can make that work here as well.
Thank you so much, Jana. I'm sure that that's going to be a possibility. And I'm just going to squeeze the last few minutes so that we can get the maximum out of you for this confluence itself. So let's say, for example, in my case, I've heard of Ikigai, and I am vaguely familiar with what it is, but I haven't started really looking or implementing it in my life. So for somebody like that, what would be 2 things you want them to do today after listening to you that will start them on the journey of discovering their own Ikigai? Just maybe 2 things for them to do immediately.
I have 2 things. First, sit down, go into your memory, and find those situations in life where you felt totally content and at peace, and where you were maybe even surprised where this feeling came from in that moment. And get aware what the context is. Because in that context, you did something coming from your Ikigai source that made you unfold the Ikigai. And I again want to say, it's not happiness. It's not about the happiness and the excited feeling. It's this underlying feeling of trust in life. Get back in your memory when you had that for the last time. What did you do in that time? And write down what it was that you did. Second thing, there are a lot of really beautiful tests online, meanwhile, that you can do to find out about your core values. Take one of those tests. They are for free out there on the internet. Take one of those tests and see which are your core values. And they will change in time. If you do it once, they might be different in some ways from if you do it a year later, but do it regularly again. And some of them repeat over and over again. And even when you do it for the first time now, in, let's say, the top 10 of the values that you choose, there will be something that is connected to that memory that you have. You'll find that this memory of contentment coming from something you do aligns with one of those values that you find there. And there you can see the alignment of value, doing something coming from that value, which is the source of Ikigai, and then this unfolding feeling of contentment and positivity.
Wow. Thank you so much. That's really amazing. And it's so doable. It's not like as if you have to spend hours and spend money or spend a lot of time. It's sitting down and just doing a lot of self-reflection, taking up a test. And that's a really good, easy starting point for someone to start looking into this whole concept of Ikigai.
Yes, yeah. A pleasure. It's that's how I love people to find their identity, with clarity and easy ways to start with. And yeah, otherwise you don't do the steps.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that. And again, I just cannot emphasize this enough. Almost after every speaker, I keep reminding people to just sign up at triberipples.com, because personally, after all the speakers that I've been through since, almost 12 hours ago for me, there is so much information. And I can tell you right now, my brain is full. So everything is right up there. But what I can remember is that I know I'm logged onto it, and I always have the option of reviewing each and every one so that I can glean over time. It's something which is going to take more than a day for me to just try and absorb everything. So thank you so much for spending this time with us, Jana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity on speaking here on the Confluence. It was a huge pleasure. I also enjoyed some of the speaks this morning already, and I will listen to further talks later on. Thanks to every one of you, Anu, DC, for all the efforts you made to bring us on stage here. Thank you so, so much. And Tania, you're the next to speak. I can't wait to hear you.
Yes, and Tania Castillo is from Portugal. I hope I got the second name correct. It's a silent H, right? Thank you. And it's really interesting because this is the title of her session already, the event title just instantly triggered all the other Ikigai things for me, I guess, because it's all about one. And I remember that in some of my earlier retreats, meditation retreats that we have, the constant message was to come into one and collapse into one. And her event title is Collapsing into One. So it's going to be exciting for me. Now, Tania, she also goes by her author name, which is TC Aila, is the creator of In Passion Coaching, an ISNES mentoring project through which she provides a safe space for the reunion of human and divine. Tania facilitates a meditative process called compassionate breath. This is so interesting. I just hope that we have a chance to experience that, where she shares how to live in 100% surrender to the heart, with the mind at our service, in presence and simplicity. She lives a realized life in absolute freedom from the inside out. Inspired, passionate, and grateful for each breath. This is what she shares through her work and presence. She is also an international speaker and presenter with over 25 years of expertise in education and wellness. She's the recipient of Woman of the Decade in Social Entrepreneurship and Exceptional Woman of Excellence from the Women Economic Forum Awards. Wow. I'm so honored. I'm so grateful to be sharing this space with you, Tania. And I believe
Thank
that you've got much to share with us. So take it away, Tania.
Actually, I just want to first just thank you. Just thank you. My heart is beating so wide at the moment that it's just this huge thank you to all of you that have put this together. Because when Anu asked if I could participate in the organization at the time, I was busy with another conference, and I said, I really can't get into that as well, but I'm so happy that, you've done such a massive, excellent, exceptional, I can't even give names to it, job. Thank you. Thank you for creating all of this. I know how much work it entails. So, out of my thank you, Owen, what a beautiful introduction. Oh, I felt the love in it. Thank you so much. And actually, responding to your request, this is going to be only a compassionate breath experience. So I will not be speaking about anything, actually. I will be providing a compassionate breath experience of collapsing into one. So for this, I would invite, I know you three here, you three wonderful hosts here cannot maybe do that, but I will invite anyone who wants to really enjoy this practice to the most and best of its potential to lie down, belly up, or if you are sitting on a comfortable sofa or whatever, you can also sort of just lean like that and relax your head and have your neck really comfortable so that it doesn't start weighing and distracting you from collapsing into one. Because what we really want is to provide such a safe and comfortable space for the body to completely relax so that you can easily slip in to the breath, which is basically, and it's not a technique, it's the breath just as it was when we all were babies. So it's inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the nose, the most natural thing. The only difference from the usual ventilation is allowing the breath. So that's the big difference. And there's another big difference. It's being present in it and nowhere else. So is just coming here into the breath, and I will be guiding this anyway, but so the breath is just inhaling and exhaling through the nose without force, without implying any kind of count or anything like that, just allowing the breath to find itself in more space inside of you. So when you inhale, the idea is eventually to allow the belly to expand, and when you exhale, just allow it to recede. But if initially it seems that the breath is sort of tight up here, it doesn't matter. Let go of the need to fix it. Just allow, that's why it's so important to really relax, to be in a position that you don't imply any kind of effort onto the body, so that the diaphragm can gradually open up and then the breath can reach further. Okay, but don't force it, because if you really stay here and allow it, it will happen naturally. It's just your natural state, really. Okay, so I will invite you to close your eyes, and I will also close mine. And just inhale deeply and softly through your nose. Allowing the sweetness and the softness of your breath to start merging into your body as you yourself bring all of your attention to this sweet, soft, deep breath. Just witnessing it as it comes in through your nose. Into your body. And as you yourself come to this breath right now, this breath and only this breath. Just feel the breath expanding naturally. As you release having to do anything. Just letting your thoughts float on the surface of the ocean within you, which you are now diving into. Bringing in all of the befores and the afters into this breath that you are allowing right now for you. As you inhale, allow yourself to perceive the simple expansion of your belly And as you exhale, just allow it to naturally recede. Letting your own rhythm of breath, your own graceful flow, to just be felt and known by you. Releasing your grip on anything and just very naturally floating down like a feather, light, simple, floating down into your breath. Really allowing your body to relax and enjoy receiving this breath that you are giving yourself in your own precious presence. As you stay, breathe, allow. Bring your attention to the core of your body, deep down below your belly button, the exact center. It's your gravity center, your connection. And just allow the breath to converge to that point as you expand your belly when you inhale. And when you exhale, allow the breath to expand from that point as you stay. As you remain here in this breath, in your body, in your core, deep down in your belly. Allowing your sense of presence to expand. Keeping the breath wide and soft, deep and light. Always inhaling and exhaling through your nose. And being aware of the breath happening through every pore of your skin and inside of the body, in each cell. And the actual air that you breathe holding all of the cells in the spaces in between. And now in your core, in your center, I would like to invite you to tap into the stillness, the deep, all-pervading silence in that space of your consciousness. Gently held in the arms of your breath. That is the loving expression of your soul. Of the divine essence that infuses you. With life force, with the consciousness of one. Gently allowing your senses to expand. And allowing the feeling of being home, safe and loved. To also expand and be so very here and now from within you. And as you allow the stillness and the silence of your expanded self, of your essence, to bathe you in compassion. Notice the noise of judgment, the noise of separation is not here. It has simply disappeared. Dissolved. Into the pool of oneness. That is deep down in your belly, in the core of your breath. at this moment, I invite you to, if you'd like, to invite back home into this pool of oneness, into this space of endless compassion. Any resentments, any judgments of any sort, to just invite whatever is going on that it might be creating a sense of separation within you, around you. To simply invite, without having to know what it is, simply invite this to come back home, to collapse, merge and dissolve into the wholeness of who you are, beyond illusion, beyond duality. And as you breathe yourself home, here and now, just allow that natural sense of gratitude for every experience, for every judgment, for everything that you have allowed yourself to go through in your existence. For your contribution in all colors, forms and shapes, tastes and scents. To the expansion of the one that you are, that all is. Just feeling this gratitude embrace you. For this oneness is simply who you are. Who you have always been. Such a magnificent creator, experiencing everything and anything. I invite you to breathe even deeper. Really feeling the aliveness in your body. Starting to gently feel your fingers, wiggle your toes, gently move your head. so grateful for this body that you live in right now, where you can experience oneness in each breath. And gradually get ready to open your eyes in your own time. And thank you. Thank you very much.
That was truly beautiful, Tanya.
Thank you.
I had to actually keep reminding myself I'm here to moderate.
Yeah, well, I was aware of the time, so
No, it was so easy for me. I have an affinity with breath work, so it was so easy with your guidance and with breathing to want to just drop in so deep. And just I had to remind myself, not today.
I really know what you're saying. Oh gosh, so there's not much to add and not much to say for me.
Yes.
So
Yeah. Well, I can say that if people are interested to know more about this, about the work that Tanya does, they can log in and follow her on LinkedIn as well as YouTube. I'm sure that they're given a little bit more time than the 20 minutes that we have here. This is going to be an amazing experience.
yeah.
Anu has a question for Tanya, so
No questions. I just want to tell
Oh,
you,
thank
Tanya,
you.
every time that I've experienced her session, okay, and when she says go into it without any judgments, but it's just that initially as you get into it, of course I was reminding myself, you know what, you're not going to sleep, you're not going to snore, all these things were going on in my head. But when I got into it, Tanya, every time, that's what I wanted to tell you, there is a message, there is something that it pops, into, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is what we're supposed to, I'm supposed to look at this. It was beautiful because this time, I'm going to just share this. There's particularly something that I haven't paid attention to that came into focus, which is very brilliant. Not that I have to do something, I don't have to get alarmed, but it was nice. And thank you. Every session of yours for me has just not just been an eye opener. I think it has been soul stirring for me. She's my soul sister, so you know how it is.
Oh yeah.
I love you. I love you.
Yeah, I love you so much, Anu. Actually, the feeling of love is just overflowing. It's sort of impossible to contain. Just, that thing that you look into each other's face and then you just connect, and all of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about Anu. It's just that thing that you can't contain it when it's flowing. Yeah, it's fabulous.
well, I can tell you that it has been one continuous waterfall of love, of compassion, of the attitude of gratitude. It's just been non-stop since the very beginning. Yeah.
I can feel it. It's such a strong flow. Whoa. Many heartbeats, one rhythm.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank you so much.
love you.
I've got tears in my eyes of the joy of that love, that ripple that's being created right here with every single one passing through, and of course everyone who is watching and attending, and ooh. Just grows.
And you know what's the best part of this? The best part is that we are only halfway through. We still have the second half coming through.
And you guys are champions. Are you going to be on for the 24 hours, the three of you?
Well, I'm hoping.
Oh my God, you're amazing. Oh, bless you. Oh, may the energy for that be provided continuously. Yeah. Loads of love. Thank you. And
Thank you so much.
Next speaker, Luna, is already here. Hello, Luna.
Hello, Tanya, and thank you so much for that. I really enjoyed that meditation. I came out a couple of minutes early, and I was similar to Owen. I was thinking, okay, I need to stay with it. Don't go too deep. So it was really beautiful and very relaxing. And I love your voice. It's beautiful tone as well. So yeah,
thank you,
lovely.
Luna.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for that wonderful experience and a beautiful little pause right in the middle of everything that's going on. And it's just taking us on to the second wind.
Did you do it on purpose? Like now I'm realizing it's the 12-hour thing. No, it just naturally provided itself. Wow.
Yeah. Isn't it amazing?
It's always just so perfect, right?
Okay. So thank you for your time. Have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you all.
It's a boost back our energy, you know. This is a kind of
exactly. Just responds.
It was much needed for us. So thank you, Tanya. Every single time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Love you. Love you.
And Luna, can't wait to hear you now. Now I'm in the room and all.
Yeah, and this perfect time to actually welcome back Luna. She was with us early on as moderator, and now she's gonna share with us what she has as that little bit extra to lift all of us to the next level of consciousness. She's gonna be touching on the topic of corporate wellness, and I love this. Corporate wellness isn't all fruit and yoga. Because I had an experiment where I joined a corporate, semi-government corporate thing. And for them, corporate wellness was exactly that: fruit every third Wednesday of the month and yoga or Zumba on the second Tuesday of the month. And that's it. You know, that's what they do. So she's going to be telling us a little bit more about this. Luna is a wellness catalyst. And she stresses that well-being is available to all, and integrating it into modern life is essential for humanity. Speaks so much to me personally. Luna's life mission is to catalyze this in a practical sense globally, and that's what we're doing here today. After an awakening time living and studying the holistic ancient medicine Ayurveda at a clinic in India, she has since devoted her life to wellness, working her way back from poor physical and mental health to a life of wellness. She now applies her practical transformational skills in partnership with a visionary upstart wellness company, Bliss Now. Beautiful name. She is also writing her first book, The Whole Human, an Integrated Modern Life, to combine her own experience and the changing landscape of wellness impacting humanity at the individual and collective level. It's going to be an amazing message from Luna now, and I pass the mic and the time on to you. Take us through your journey, Luna.
Great, thank you very much, Owen. And yeah, I feel I really should start by saying that there's nothing wrong with putting fruit bowls in the workplace. There's nothing wrong with a yoga session. It is all very well and good. To me, that's not what really corporate wellness actually really means when we dig a little deeper and we get to the heart of it. So that's what I'm going to explore a little bit with you today. And I find the whole term corporate wellness really interesting because so I spent the last 1.5 years in Vietnam, and they don't have a word for wellness in Vietnam. It doesn't exist for them. So wellness is really something that we've created in the English language, and much more of a Western term, let alone corporate wellness, which to me is very dry and very boring. And I'm actually on the search for a different word to really encompass what I mean. And I don't really have one, so I stick to using corporate wellness, because I think people largely get what I'm on about. And so what I'm going to talk about today is really a couple of issues that we're really seeing coming through at the minute and coming into the workplace, and what we can really do about them in a much more integrated way. And one of the things that I think we've been seeing especially in the last year or two, although it's been there before, is really around mental and emotional well-being in the workplace, directly into the workplace, because stress has been there since before the pandemic. Even in sort of 2019, about something like 70-75% of the workforce saying that they're really stressed out. So all these things about like stress, burnout, and struggling to adjust mentally and emotionally to changing circumstances is nothing new. It's kind of really been brought to the forefront in the pandemic. And really what this highlights to me is it turns out that we bring our health issues to work. When you take your work directly into the home, and this kind of separation, it dissolves really, because you're working from home and you have to juggle the two, and you're blending the two. And it really brings out to me the illusion that we have, that when you go to work, how often have you said you go to work and you put on a hat? I used to say that I put on a hat to go to work, as if when I go to work, I put my emotions in a box or something, and then the rest of me sort of toddles in happily. And it doesn't really work like that. And during the pandemic, what we've seen, when the work is actually literally being brought into the living room, the illusion of this separation, it doesn't really make any sense. It's not really making much sense anymore. And I think a lot of people are really starting to wake up to this, and especially so I was at my cousin's wedding yesterday, and I was, mentioning about my book, and I was really surprised by the number of different people in different industries. As soon as I'm mentioning the word well-being, they're like, yeah, it's super important. I've really struggled over the last year, or I'm working in environments that are unsustainable. We've really got to address this issue. And one of the other things that has been highlighted during this pandemic is that big hierarchical institutions with lots of approvals and lots of red tape, they simply don't work in an environment that's uncertain, where you don't really know what's around the corner. What you really need in companies is employees who are flexible and adaptable. And it really showed the differences between having these big sort of hierarchies and processes and procedures, and what we actually needed, which was real-time adaptation, flexibility, and movement within the workforces. And it really highlighted the sort of the constraints that we put on ourselves as humans during that time. And so there was a study by Deloitte, and encouragingly, employees now see their well-being as one of the top 3 priorities within the workforce. And so to me, it's really, it comes back to one thing. And I'm going to mention it, and then I'm going to move on, because I want to leave people to ponder it a little bit. And it's not I want to give people things that are a bit more practical. However, to me, when we're talking about corporate wellness, you're talking about business wellness, which is also people wellness, which is basically being human. And to me, what we are at the end of it all is love. And it's that simple. However, if I say to you love and corporate wellness and put those two together, most people get uncomfortable. When I Google it, I get advice on what to do or whether it's appropriate to have a romantic relationship. That's not what we're talking about. And it's so interesting that it's never really, well, it's interesting to me that it's never really brought together. And I'm not going to go on too much about that point because I think we could go down a lot of rabbit holes with that. It's more something to sort of ponder. Why is it? Because I'm going to assume for some people right now, it's going to feel a little bit uncomfortable or a little bit weird. And that's fine. That's good. That's where the juiciness lies. That's where the exploration does really lie for us, I think, as a human species. However, I did want to give you some little bit more practical earthly tools today, and really a couple of things that we can do, whether you are an individual employee in the company, whether you're a manager, whether you're up at the executive level, to integrate this idea of well-being into the way we work. And to me, it really comes down to feeling connected to each other. And that's the same. It doesn't really matter what organization you're in or what you're doing. That presence of connection is everything for the business wellness, for business performance, and for you as an individual. And it doesn't really mean just because you know to be connected, we all have to sit around a campfire holding hands, singing Kumbaya, and just pouring our heart out and talking about that time when I was 7 years old and I was bullied in the playground and it's not to upset me, and all getting into all of that. It doesn't really mean that. There's nothing wrong with it. If that's how it works, that's how it works. It doesn't really necessarily mean that. It does mean asking a question of what are you doing to connect? And these are it's in everyday conversations, and it's bringing it back to basics, asking the question, how are you? It's really simple, yet it's actually it's something that can really open gateways. But if people if you listen to the answer and ask a few questions, because people have a lot of stuff going on outside of their work life, and the minute you've understood even basic stuff like the fact that it might be your employee is not just an employee, she's a single mother of 3 whose maybe child is going through a little bit of a tough time, and she needs to sort of give her child that extra attention, or is just about to go to school, so wants to be part of that school, taking her kids to school, and that's why maybe she's 10 minutes late for the 9 o'clock meeting every day, because she's taking her kids to school because there's no one else to take her. And just knowing that simple little piece of information means, you can adapt, maybe you start the meeting 10 minutes later, or you do something where you start the meeting and something that she doesn't need to be involved in. And then, you can really just adapt. And it's little tweakings and adaptations that you can do every day that really make the difference. And yeah, so it's really asking that simple question and listening to the answer. And another thing, not necessarily to say out loud, but to more admit to yourself or say to yourself when you get to this point is, I don't know. To me, I don't know is not it's not a sign of weakness. And there seems to be this idea, and I was very much in this environment myself, that to say I don't know is not professional. To be a leader, you have to know everything. You need to create that certainty in the environment. Again, this is all an illusion to me, and the pandemic really highlighted this, because who the hell predicted a pandemic that would literally turn most of our workforces upside down and inside out overnight? So no one knows everything anyway. And this idea that we need to be this infallible leader, that we know everything, it's all a bit illusory. And it doesn't mean to say you need to then, if you don't know an answer to a problem, that you need to then go to people and literally say, I don't know. It could be, hey, I've got this problem. Can you come and help me with it? Can we brainstorm together? Can I verbalize what I'm saying so that I can make sense of it in a different way with you? And doing that either with another person or in the team, and coming together and problem solving together. Again, it's another really simple phrase, I don't know. And that, again, that can be internally to you. It doesn't need to be the actual words that come out. And the third thing that I really see coming up a lot is, and I think I talked about it earlier, it's the language that's used. And it's really was brought home to me when I was in Bali, and I spent about 8 months there. And there's a lot of people who are very much more in this kind of spiritual world. And I started speaking in this different language a little bit. It's all about raising the vibration, frequencies, don't project on some of the people. And another one like, resonate. Oh, does that resonate with you? Is that, that resonates with me? And I stopped in my tracks one day when I was speaking to a friend from back home, and he said, I don't understand this resonating. What do you think you are, a percussive instrument? And it really made me take a step back, because I was like, yeah, that's right. It doesn't, I'm speaking another language right now. And no wonder I feel like I'm disconnected from other people, because I'm not talking their language. And to give another more business related example is, so if you're an HR manager, for example, and you're talking about like human behaviors, making everyone feel included, diversity and inclusion is a big thing. And you're talking to an operations manager who has numbers to meet, they've got metrics to meet, they've got KPIs going on, they've got revenue targets to hit, they've got quality assurance. And you're like, oh yeah, human behavior. Let's all come together. You're talking different languages. And it's not up to that operations manager to go and find out what you're speaking about and learn your language. It's up to you to go into the business, really get under the skin of the business, understand what they're doing on a daily basis, the way they're doing it, and then speak to them on their terms. The chances are an operations manager comes from, for example, not everybody, but a lot of them come from much more like logical minds. And if you're not appealing to them in that logical mind, then you're not going to be able to communicate. And so that's another big question for me is, are you talking their language? And there's nothing, it can be hard to get that right. And it does take a little bit of time sometimes. And so, yeah, there's quite a bit about just a simple language and the way you're communicating, and just those simple things really enable that connection. And just what I'm saying today, it's not big budget stuff. It's not anything like a big huge strategic program that we need to implement. It's not the new app that's on the market, the new corporate wellness app that's on the market that you're going to buy this off the shelf product and just give to your employees and tick the box for wellness. It's for each of us at an individual level, in a simple way in which we communicate with each other. there is no getting around this. It's this is a cultural thing, and it does come from the top down, and it does mean the culture at the top, it really does kind of filter down through the levels. So there is only so much you can do and so far you can do without that C-suite level buy-in, which really then enables the meaningful changes to occur. Because beyond that, you know, some employee programs are very beneficial, and they can really support the company and the human at the same time. And again, once you've got that C level, the executive level buy-in, then it allows for much more co-ownership. So it changes these programs, you know, say you have got like some yoga classes and things like that. They need to be co-created and co-owned by management at all levels, at all the different levels, because you might be in a company where they don't want yoga, they want something different. Maybe they want some laughter yoga, or maybe they want some different kind of things. You don't know that unless you've asked them. So just plonking in an application and thinking that's going to solve everything, it's not really, well, what is it you're trying to even solve? And so, yeah, really creating that co-ownership, and then it enables a much more effective use of budget as well, because you've got solutions that you've already got buy-in from your employees, and you know it's what they want. And so the budget that you actually do start spending, it's going to be more targeted, more likely to actually improve employee well-being, and actually whatever you want to call it now, raise that vibration or, you know, make us feel happier, make us all feel happier together. And yeah, so it really does involve coming together from the top down. And one final point I really do want to highlight is in creating that connection between each other as a team in an environment. It does not mean because you've asked how they are and they've maybe given some about their personal life, it does not mean that it is then your responsibility to fix them. I see a lot of talk in this space discussing, you know, as a manager or as a person, it's like, well, if I ask, like, am I then their life coach? Am I then their therapist? And they've got to sit on the couch in front of me for half an hour whilst they pour it out. And that's not your responsibility. What you can do is be that person that supports and helps them to get the professional guidance that they need. Most companies do have employee assistance programs, although they're usually not very well communicated, or help to direct them or help them to get the support that they need. And then it's much more about simply checking in with that person. Hey, you know, we spoke about that last week. How did that go? And follow up with them. And that's whether you're an individual or whether it's a co-worker, whether, you know, you're the manager speaking to your employees. It goes for everyone. A simple check-in and a simple follow-up, and saying that and making it known that you are there to support them. That's really all that's required. It is not your responsibility, nor can you fix someone else. It's not really about fixing. It's really about supporting and connecting with people. Yeah. And so, yeah. I will finish up and wrap it by saying that really what we think of as corporate wellness, it's really about simple, integrated, connected, everyday solutions. And it's really about being human. And it's really about being a whole human.
That's really powerful because from my personal experience and also working with some of the C-suite individuals, that's actually so simple, but it's also one of the most difficult things to implement. from my experience, what I've seen is that a lot of organizations, a lot of executives, the moment you talk about a wellness program that you would love to implement, the first thing they're going to tell you or ask you is that, okay, put up a paper. What's the cost required? What's the resources needed? What's the impact we're going to see? How is this going to benefit all the workers and the people participating in this? And it's really focused on the cost-benefit relationship. And what you're actually sharing here is that a lot of these benefits does not necessarily need to have a cost to it. It's just a slight shift in the mindset, but that shift in mindset is required from the top and from participation from the ground up. And did I hear you correctly on that?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's obviously these things do come. Some things do come with a cost, but how you show up and the way you interact and talk with each other, that isn't big budget things. Yeah.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. And before we let you go, I've got some time, and I want to be the first to scoop this. So I know it's still work in progress, but can you share a couple of nuggets from your upcoming book? Something for us to chew on.
That's a really good question. So I speak about a corporate wellness and also about healthcare as well, and what we really want and what we really need from a cost point of view, if nothing else, from our healthcare, because our healthcare system at the minute is largely a sick care system. We go when we're sick. Yeah. And that is literally financially unsustainable, as well as not actually making us happy and feel happy in our daily lives, because we're still a nation of sick people. And is what we really want, that sick care system, or is it really a well care system where we're actively participating in our health to take it from that feeling of just surviving to that feeling of flourishing in daily life? And I explore a little bit about that and really what that means for you in an individual level, and then okay, so what does that actually mean for society and at the collective level? So yeah, something to think about. Do you want sick care or well care?
Wow. And that's really a very powerful, just that one statement is really powerful for organizations, because we kind of think that wellness or your health is actually the responsibility of the individual staff. And what we'll do is we'll probably say, okay, we've got this package for you, you've got this medical insurance or stuff like that works for you. But in reality, it makes sense if it was really looked at holistically as an organization, because if you take care of the health and the wellness, it's actually the company, the collective that flourishes. It's not just an individual, the component of all the individuals coming together, it's going to be bigger than the whole sum.
Yeah, absolutely. And businesses that really get this and really connect much more at a deeper level, they're the businesses that tend to perform better over time, because the culture of working harder, working longer, that only works for so long to drive business performance. And the companies that last are the companies that go a little bit deeper into that fundamental feeling of well-being, whether they're describing it in those terms or not. Probably using different terms. That's what essentially they're doing.
We've got 2 more minutes before the time the bell rings. So I'm going to ask you to use these 2 minutes to make a passionate plea to the C-suite individuals on what you would like them to do, what you would like them to push, to bring wellness, to bring this level of being a better person for not just in UK, but for globally. What would you want to say to all these individuals?
So for me, it's not about being a better person. It's it's about being you. It's about coming back home to your heart and what is it that wants to get expressed? What is it that wants to be expressed? And that's a bit contrary to businesses, because you want to improve business performance and you do this by being a better human. And I don't really believe that. I believe show up as you, exactly as you are right now, with the emotions, as much as you feel comfortable sharing, with the emotions, with the so-called issues, which is basically humanity being lived. We all have these common human problems, and that's all that's required. There's no trying or forcing or pushing. It's you, exactly as you are right now.
That is such a powerful message going out to the people that are in the position to actually make the changes happen as we shift towards what we were before, what we're experiencing now in this kind of situation with the pandemic and the lockdowns, into the next iteration of what humanity can be. Thank you for that very, very strong message. And it's just amazing to have heard that from you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And you're an amazing host, Owen. And thank you so much, Anu and Dipankar, for the opportunity to get on and be a part of this confluence. It's been brilliant. And yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, be in touch with you all soon. Thank you. Much love.
Such a powerful message to bring us to the halfway mark of this 24 hours confluence. And we are just starting. You know, even though we're halfway through, we're just starting, and it's amazing. 24 hours, we've got 12 more to go, 18 countries. We probably did about 6 continents. We've gone from Australia all the way from there to where I am, Singapore. We've been in Bangladesh. We've been in India. We've been in the Middle East. We've been into parts of Europe. So it's amazing for us to continue following the sun as it makes its path across the globe. And another 26 speakers to come, right? I think that's what we're looking at right now. And who better to take us off into the next half, the second half of this adventure, than Anmol. Anmol is with us here. She's from India, and she's shared her story earlier on. And thank you so much for taking over from me as we move on to the second half of this confluence, many heartbeats, one rhythm. Thank you, Anmol.
Thank you so much, Owen. You have been doing a phenomenal job, and your energy is infectious. I think you've been doing such a great job. I will try my level best to live up to it. I welcome all of you people who have just tuned in